do 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 do. Hello. If anyone hears me, it's time for me to play some Overwatch with the boo. And then we're going right away. We're starting instantly. My hair's so fluffy. What the fuck? My hair's so fluffy. Yamete. Aya. God, my hair's so fluffy. What do I do? I don't know what I do. Or just gonna deal with it. Maybe if I lower the lighting, it's harder to tell. Nah, it's still very obvious. Anywho, let me make sure the game seat's working properly. Make sure I'm centered. I'm gonna run an ad right now to get rid of pre-rolls. And lights in the background. Forgot. While that's running, let me make sure I have. Okay. Grab me some Pop-Tarts. I'm good. I'm good. Make sure chat's in a place where I can easily access things. Shazam. I can read chat. And I'm ready. Hey. Okay. Everything's set up. I think. Let me check my random redemptions.
Ooh, I popped my neck so hard just now.
See you, chump.
Oh.
How dare you just pop your neck? SMH.
もしもーし。
Okay. So are we doing Junkenstein's Revenge right away, or should we try to get a fourth? Since Sky doesn't want to play. Oh, Sunny, thank you so much for the.
I don't want to. I just have stuff I need to do.
That's the same thing, honestly. Same thing, honestly, Sky.
No.
Thank you so much. We could start now if you guys want, unless we want to get a fourth. Unless Sunny, you play Overwatch. Do you want to be the fourth?
When you have to deal with gremlins 24/7, you don't understand. I don't have no energy when I get home.
I feel bad for
There's
you.
more gremlins here.
Yeah, the ones I love.
I'm currently playing with
I don't know.
Sophia and Chuckles. We also have Sky in here, who is also a really good big dork. Good dork.
Meh.
Meh, he says. Meh. But how are you doing, Sunny? Thank you so much for the 39 months in a row. Wait, holy shit, that's in a row. Thank you so much for that, Sunny. You're a dork. Who's that? Wait, Jack is streaming?
Sometimes I think Sophia just picked up hiccups badly from me. Even though that's not a thing. Because I hiccup terribly. And every time we get in call, you hiccup or I hiccup.
It runs in the family.
Contagious. Heritage pickups.
I want to lurk for Jack. If Jack is streaming, I want to lurk for him. I don't know if he was streaming, the hecking dork. Does this work? I want to try this.
Oh, Lord.
Wait, can I play Kiriko if I haven't unlocked her?
She's currently free, so technically, yes.
What do you mean currently
We
free?
did it, boys. We ended
Like-
racism. Oh.
Dorks? No, you're a dork, Sage. Hello, Ray. Technically, they do this thing where they rotate characters. So like some characters are free, but other characters aren't. Chris. Wow, you're an original, aren't you? Thank you so much for the sub, Chris. I appreciate you. 50 months. You guys are such dorks. How are you guys
Chris
doing?
wanna join?
Chris can join. Anyone can join. Chris, you trying to play? You want to be our fourth? Since Sky
You
here
sounded
doesn't
like
want to play.
Oprah.
Excuse me.
You can play. You can play. Everyone gets to play.
Hey, except for Sky. Except for Sky.
Except for Sky. Sky doesn't get to play since he doesn't want to play.
Called just to be bullied.
I
Yes.
mean, what else did you expect if you're gonna be in here?
How dare you? This sucks. 50 years plays. Yeah. We're gonna do some Junkenstein's Wrath of the Bride. I don't know what difficulty we're doing it on. There's story mode, which means you can enjoy the story without failure. That's kind of nice. There's legendary mode, which means we just die. And there's hard, which is hard, and experts for experts. But I think we go story first, just to enjoy the story first. Oh,
Yeah.
Sage, you're first. I'll make the change real quick. Hold up. Did you know I made this first thingy, Boo?
Huh?
I made a first thingy where whoever redeems first, I'm gonna try to like make like a little panel eventually that has like all the first, like a leaderboard type thing.
Oh.
It's very random, but I
That's
think
not
it's just
fair.
yeah. You haven't been there. Get wrecked, nerd. I've never played this mode. I know nothing about it. Me and Sophia know nothing about it. Shuckles does. Cress is coming.
Woo! Yeah.
Cress is playing. Let's go. In the meantime, then, should we do more Big Daddy while we wait for Cress?
We could. I'm down.
I'm
How do
mad,
I-
I'm
how
mad
do
at
I
her
do it?
Big Daddy, and immediately like my attention got drawn because I forgot my my username on like Ride is like Big Daddy Long Toe, and I
Of course,
I
it's
was like,
fucking
huh?
Big Daddy.
Big Daddy Long.
That's crazy. The pick higher than hard for first time then? Yeah, we won't then. Played with Daisy the other day? I hear it's fun. I know nothing about it though. Ooh, my frames.
Oh, it's Mercy. It's Mercy. She's everywhere.
I'm lost.
Is your volume better now, dear?
Volume is much better.
Let me close something.
I'm just lost.
Uh-oh.
I'm closing some tabs. I
Let's
don't need to
get
open
there.
the Hitsuga tab anymore. I can look for Jack though. Hey Jeebus, what's up? How are you doing? Sophia's gonna carry you, right? Yeah, Sophia's play the game like constantly. Haha! I know how to play against Hanzos, cause I am also a Hanzo at heart.
Oh my.
I have like 14 health right now.
Huh,
Okay.
huh, huh. Oh, I died. So, for anyone who doesn't know what this mode is, his voice is so deep when he says that, Rugo, I'm gonna take you a crew.
We're at 41 deaths already.
That's not good. That's right, he dies here soon. Step right up!
No, it's fine.
I almost killed him. We're Ganjis. We're Ganjis. How are you, Suga, anyways?
this is-
And hi, chat, I see you, Ray. I'm doing pretty good. How are you, Sage? What's going on? Jump scares made it to Overwatch? Yeah, I saw that they had jump scares in the thingy. It's kind of troll that they have that. Wait, can we deflect his damage back to him?
Yes.
Yeah. No, it's
So like his actual damage, not our damage, but his damage.
Ow.
I mean, he's shooting balls, so just send it back.
Oh.
Jesus Christ, he's taking everybody.
I hit him!
Oh, Sophia, keep hitting him! Don't stop!
Oh, that last second.
Oh,
Last second deflect is crisp.
that wasn't.
Oh my god, there was like 5 of us.
Oh, he did y'all dirty.
Oh, that was actually dirty. Who am I playing with? I'm playing with Sophia right now. I'm playing with Shuckles. And we might be playing with Cress here in a wee bit. Since Cress said he wanted to come. Yeah, Sophia's here. We have Sky in chat too. But Sky doesn't want to play with us. He's too cool to play with us.
Oh my.
Oh my
Huh?
god.
Not true.
He did it again? Oh god.
He did it again. It
This
was
sounds
really
like
high.
animal abuse because he's just murking all these hamsters like Jesus.
We're reporting him to the, what is it called?
For real?
PETA? Oh my god.
It's just on a rip.
This is not okay. He is gonna win this. He's at 100 already, basically.
Wow.
Yes!
Sophia's carrying! Sophia's
Oh
carrying!
my god. Junkrat is busted in this game mode. Oh no.
As long as everyone heals each other. Oh wait, this is actually really good for us. We just gotta keep healing each other. Or invulnerability each other.
Swinging though.
You say that as if I know how to heal.
No, you just press E. Spam E. It makes you invulnerable. This is actually so good for us. Aim for a head, aim for a head, aim for a head, aim for a head.
Aim for her head. The smallest thing on.
Yeah, we're almost out of time.
It's like hitting
Let the
under all
Kitsune
the
guide you!
Oh god, they really make all the Japanese characters have almost the same exact ultimate dialogue. Doesn't Hanzo say let the dragon consume you?
Yeah.
And then Genji
They're all-
also
they're all-
says
they're all
something like
Oh my
that.
god.
They're all wolfsy boys. Please kill her before it turns out! No! Oh, this kind of works, this kind of works, this kind of works! She, let her, never just
Oh my god!
He wants to sleep. He wants to sleep.
Let's go!
She doesn't wake up. Yeah, Sophia's playing Ray. Also, hey Ernie, how are you? She's trying to hide. She's trying to hide because she knows what we're about to do. Let's go.
Put her into a
That
coma.
booty clap. Oh, if that landed, I'd be like, oh, that was a sick throw.
Okay.
I thought it landed directly on there.
I don't know how far away it was, to be honest. This is so troll.
Oh my god, he can't do nothing. Look at him. He can't heal. He can't even wake up. Uh-oh.
No, you go back to sleep, buddy.
He's back down again.
We kill him in time,
It's
though.
so busted in this mode. Look at this. They can't.
What are we
do
now? What are
nothing.
we now? Oh, we're soldiering?
We're fine. We're fine.
We're fine. Soldier busted. Soldier busted. Soldier busted.
Oh wait, y'all. Oh, I thought that was Soldier. Oh, that's the other girl.
Yes. That was actually so troll.
Her abilities look crazy. It
Oh,
reminds me
now
of,
she has a Kiriko.
He is.
What was that? What was that one game? I really can't. Lawbreakers?
Lawbreakers?
Was it Lawbreakers? I'm trying to remember the name of it. It was a game where like you slide around and you can just fly around and shoot people.
That vaguely sounds very familiar.
It was. Goodness, I cannot remember the name of it.
No,
Shuckers, you know what game I'm talking about though, right?
No.
I think so.
Lawbreakers. I think it was called Lawbreakers.
Might have been.
Where,
Yeah,
like,
I don't remember.
they, like,
I don't remember the
slide
name
and
of
jumping
it.
and stuff.
Bang.
It was
Hey
the one with,
Sunny, or hey Ace. I mean, I already said hey
Yeah.
Sunny.
Yeah.
It's go time. All right, we gotta kill her. Oh god, we're all mercies.
We're not going.
I'm
we're
going
not
to
going
Sophia.
kill her.
I'm going to
Now,
Sophia.
Mercy, let's go.
Oh, it's a Baptista?
I'm battle boost, damage boosting you. Battle Mercy up.
Well, I mean, I thought she had infinite ammo. Now look at the thing.
Heroes never die.
He's screwed. Why does this sound like a chipmunk?
Because they're
Fantastic.
smaller. We're smaller.
No, I did because works. So have fun being you big dork. What? I am not a dork. Is that soldier? What the fuck is that? Oh, that's Sombra?
That's Sombra.
Oh,
Oh,
fuck.
that's gonna be hard. You know, vanish every time you and
Heroes never die.
oh my God,
Except when they do.
Oh, it's okay. We're Torb. We're Torb.
Or Torb.
Just lay out
This might
all-
work. This might work. As long as I just don't die.
I was gonna say she's good against technology, but she ain't got the DPS.
Nice.
2 to 6. 2 to 6. 2 to 6. 2 to 6. Seeing this here later, bud. You take care. Take care, Ace.
You know,
Is that a? Oh,
Oh,
fuck.
it's a Tracer. She might just win.
Yeah, Trace might just. Wish y'all get that lava out. Ooh, she almost dead.
I don't know if she's going though. Oh no, she needs. Oh, we got her though.
Oh.
Okay, one more. One more.
One more, one more. We got this. We got this. We got this.
That lava before it's too late.
Oh, is it also? Oh, no, it's a right. Oh no, this is fine. It's fine. Harder.
I didn't mean that, but okay.
Oh shit.
Just throws it in the air.
Oh, fuck. Oh, wait, this works though.
might
We
be
can bully him.
GG.
We can bully him. We can bully him. We can bully him hard.
I was about to say he got up. I thought that was about to be GG's.
Wait, can we bully him? Can we bully him? Can we bully him?
Oh.
I'm backing up. I'm backing up. I'm backing up.
He might win. No,
Oh.
he won.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
That was actually close.
That was really close. All right, is Crest ready?
Press is ready. Yes,
Okay. This game is so troll.
Is it possible to change key binding so that I can use the buttons on my mouse instead of E and
Yeah,
shift?
you can.
Yeah.
You can. I use key bindings on my mouse all the time. It's in the settings. I'm perma-loading right now.
Me too.
same. Is it really perma-loading if we're all perma-loading together?
True.
There's true unity in this squad. We all permaload together.
Oh, question mark together.
I guess we're all here.
I'm just gonna keep spamming question marks too. We're all stuck.
Live now? Stop by, please.
That went. That.
I'm about to partner with Dubby Energy. Let's go. You are a fucking pussy. Okay. Oh, my thing is like loose.
Come to my Discord for more info.
Lick my cock, dick. Oh god. Pussy. We're stuck.
Wait,
It's a good
can
thing.
you actually see what he's typing?
Yeah.
I'm getting stars.
Oh, you have auto censored. Are the servers fucked? You have auto censor on. I think the lobby is fucked. We're all fucked. Oh my god.
This is terrible.
SPC Crescent or SP Crescent wants to join.
Are we just stuck in here? Like, I can't even exit out of the.
I can't either. I just forged close. I'm gonna restart.
Hitsuga, I got a follow for you if you're really live right now.
Really?
Yeah.
No owner of the game. What? Why am I the owner of the game? Okay, you know what? I'm leaving too. Goodbye.
Wait, how do we leave?
Just have to close the game. I think.
I think.
I'm opening it.
I know. Good luck.
Later.
It was Overwatch 2 is bugged. It's just bugged. Unfortunately. You leave by walking out the door. Yeah, we just dipped out. Doors are cool like that. Let me invite Cress at least. And then when you guys are back on, I'll invite you guys. Oh, is Cress in here? He is.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hi. How are you, Dirk? Oh, it's so nice to hear Cress's voice.
No, you.
You're so cute. So
No.
kawaii.
No.
No.
No, just
Hey,
no.
Chris.
I see Shuckles. Now it's just a matter of seeing Sophia.
I have a hard time opening the game. You know this.
Oh, Sophia, regarding the question about when did you play Zarya, it wasn't you. It was me. What?
No, don't spoil it.
Oh,
What?
so you have
Guys.
forgotten that.
I have Pop-Tarts.
Oh, what?
That emote is so cute. Hey, Pichu. Long time no see. How have you been? It's been like 2 years at least. Hope life has been treating you well.
Please, Law.
I really want a wiggle emote. Or like a jammy emote. But
Octopus
I'm too-
thing.
I have a
Bored
jam emote.
I don't.
I'm surprised you don't.
I really want one though. Also, I saw this other emote. I'm posting it in the chat. That I low-key also really want. Because that one's really funny.
Good mind, emote.
It's just like, getting closer to the screen. Oh, you guys are precious. But have you been, Peach? Hope life has been treating you well. We're still waiting for Sophia, so it's okay.
I swear, if I have to restart my computer every time I want to launch Overwatch, I'm gonna throw this computer into a wall.
That's not good. It's been a while doing fine here. I have been good. Last 2 years definitely have been rough randomly, but I'm starting to feel like myself again, which is pretty cool. I'm going to the gym again, which is nice. And it's all in large thanks to the vacation I had with Sophia when I got to see her over the summer. That helped a lot, honestly.
We
So-
went on vacation?
You went to work. I was just living my life.
Ah. I couldn't remember taking a vacation.
You were just working daily.
Sophia's just like, what?
I was just living the dream.
You were just house husband.
Yeah, I was a house husband living the dream.
He was a
Literally.
house husband, almost choking his mother-in-law to death.
Hey, it was an
It was
accident.
with soap, and it was spicy.
They
Choking
came.
makes
They
it sound like it was something.
they came in the house. They opened the door, and both of them instantly started coughing. I was like, "Why are they coughing? Is it allergies?"
Oh.
And they made it closer to the kitchen. The coughing like ramped up, and they're like, "What the fuck is going on in the house?" I'm like, "Wait, what? What's wrong?" Because it didn't affect me like at all. I felt so bad. I was going to go to the gym today, but I stayed on your mattress. I went to the gym yesterday at 9 p.m. because I didn't get to go yesterday, and I was like, I have to go, and I had no car. My car broke down, so I had to wait for someone to have a car available, and I yoinked the car, and I drove to the gym, and I got a workout session in, but doing it so late and having not enough time, I was kind of keeping myself very active during it. My body feels broken right now. I am sore.
But that's
Restart.
that means it worked. It works. It's working.
Yeah, it's
Working out is
working. Working out is working. I just hate it. It's beating me up. Kappa. I think the most that happened to me by 2 years was me getting the cat. You got a cat? What cat? What kind of cat? Wait, you named your cat Loki? We have someone in the Discord. Their name is Damien. They also named their cat Loki. That's kind of funny, actually. Hey, Neo. When are we gaming, Neo? When are we gaming? Wait, Sophia, before you restart your computer, open Task Manager to make sure there's no Overwatch, like, lingering.
Oh, I've done that twice already. I open it, I end Overwatch, and then I press play, and it just does not appear.
Odd. Have you tried turning? You might actually have to restart.
No.
You might actually have to restart.
Why do you do this to me?
I mean,
Old laptop vibes. Did it launch?
Hold on.
Ooh.
My screen is black, and this is the first time I'm happy about it.
Nice. His name is Loki. He's a demon. Absolute demon. I love it. Game these nuts. Did you guys know that Neo streams, actually? I'm so bad at fucking being a mod.
You're a mod? Oh, I was gonna change my settings. Options.
There we go. Wait, I'm whoever did that, thank you. I'm actually dog water at doing modly duties. It's my own stream and I don't know how to do any commands. That's how bad it is. I'm guessing that was Ernie. Thank you. I appreciate that. Neo, can you shout Ernie out as well? Even though Ernie hasn't really been streaming much, as far as I can tell.
Wait, secondary fire is a thing?
yeah,
Yeah?
like Mercy
Has a
is-
damage boost?
Yeah, the boost is her secondary.
What? Now I have to think about my key bindings again.
She's a dirk. We've only been doing private sessions. I figured. Exclamation dorky streams. Yeah. Yeah. God, I really miss Celeste. Celeste was such a cool game. What is this map, actually? I don't remember this map. Is this a mod, Ernie? Woohoo!
Oh.
He instantly blew up. It's the last chapter called Feral. Did I play that? I don't remember if I did or not. Ernie used to do speedruns of Celeste. It was really fun to watch. But yeah.
We're not friends?
You have no friends? Oh, I'm talking about Chuckles.
Wait, where do I find you? Where?
I'm sorry, it's been 6 years. I remember I wasn't following Hitsu on Twitch for like the longest time, and I felt embarrassed to follow him.
No, don't.
I'm like, I felt
Yeah, that
embarrassed to
happened to
follow
me.
him after the fact.
That
No,
happened to me too. I thought I was following the whole time, and then I realized I wasn't. And I was like, "Well, I'm not finna hit it on this live stream."
Oh, wait,
I waited until the stream ended.
I don't tell people I stream often. Back then, I was streaming for a while and I didn't let anyone know that I streamed. And they were like, "Wait, you've been streaming for months and you didn't tell me?" I'm like, I just, it feels weird. You know? So don't feel bad. It was my
But
fault.
like, there's the issue of not knowing that you
Well,
stream.
I was
but there's-
already
then
watching
there's
you.
the
I was already
yeah, then-
friends with.
Then there's the issue of like actually watching you, but just forgetting to follow
Yeah.
after a long time.
That also happened.
I was like that too. This is also why I stream in the morning too. Wait, you stream, Mel? That's crazy. I didn't know that.
I'm ready, I think.
Alright. Is everyone ready then? Yeah, I tell people I don't stream. Like,
Didn't you just mention that?
yeah. I did. Wait, who?
God, this is. Okay.
Wait, where's the X buttons? Right there.
X marks the spot?
Okay.
Question mark?
Oh my god.
Waiting for the jump scare. I'm waiting for the jump scare.
There's a jump scare?
No.
Already there. He's already
In the clip. In the clip.
With Sophia and Hitsu haven't.
I have not played it yet. I can be Sojourn or Kiriko. Do you want to be? Who do you want to be,
Who's
Sophia?
easy to play? 'Cause
All
my
of these
aim is
characters require aim. All of these characters require aim.
But which one requires the least precise aim?
All of them require precise aim. That's from what I can tell. Kiriko has precise aim.
It's like more melee, but she's.
You can try
Do you wanna
Junker
tank,
Queen.
Sophia?
Huh?
Do you want to tank?
Yeah, she's the less. Junker Queen's the less precise person.
Yeah.
But like, when I play Doomfist, I miss my fists. I always fist the wall instead of what I'm.
That is such a cool. If you want me to, show you the dorky stream stuff, I can send you what I use, Mel. Just DM me later, and I'll remember.
Can I spray with anyone? Like just go.
Sojourn, maybe?
Yeah, Sojourn.
Okay.
Oh. We need to be.
I'll pick Sojourn.
I'll be Kiriko.
Because then I'll just spray everywhere and hope it hits.
Stop.
I've never seen this. I want to see this. Oh, let me stop the music actually.
Dr. Junkenstein and save the Lord of the Castle tonight.
I always fist the wall, said Sophia. Sophia quotes.
For more heroes would face a new peril. They would suffer.
So is it the same as?
Oh, you'll see.
This is
Okay.
very different.
Oh, we're in.
Let me out! Let me out!
I'm alone.
We gotta break our way out.
Other survivors in the safety of the tavern.
What the fuck?
Oh, what's that? What did I do?
Can I? I just escaped.
Oh, that's Shackles. I found Shackles.
Get heals.
Follow me. Oh wait, wait, is it this way?
I don't know.
Well,
I'm just here to help my teammates. Okay. Press shift, Sophia, and then hop at the end of it.
Right side.
Come over to the objective. I watch the other survivors.
That's how you like get to jump around.
Let's get inside and figure this out.
Oh my god, the damage. Alright, but yeah, just shift and jump around.
What does my ball do?
It's AoE damage. You just throw it out.
You all hearing this?
I think it does 200 HP completely. Check the radio.
Radio? There's a radio.
The castle has fallen. Approach at your own peril.
These messages. I hope everyone got out safe.
How do I teabag?
Going on here?
Bro.
These Zomniks have something to do with the Lord of the Castle.
Controller C.
How do I teabag?
And Dr. Junkenstein, no doubt.
There it is. You can teabag. Why do you sound happy about that? I can teabag.
The heroes set off.
Once you get charge on your regular shot, it loads up. You right click and it shoots a very strong beam.
So,
Wait, are you talking to me?
learn a name
Yes.
like the
Oh.
Butcher. Oh, butchering? Not quick for a sleuth, are ya? Never hurts to ask. Don't freak out. Death can be a good card.
Must learn to V-bag. Oh, that walked right into that one.
yeah, I didn't see them there. Oh, we gotta check
Right.
more.
Heroes
Are you
never.
the
Yeah, I'm healing.
team leader or something?
Won't get
Huh?
to the castle without a key.
Can I what?
If you are the team leader, you have to find the key.
Somewhere nearby.
Wait, I'm a team leader?
Yeah.
Yeah, you invited us. You have to find the key.
Wait, I do? Where is it?
Either you or Sophia have to find the key.
Eh.
Nani?
What does it look like?
Like a key, like
A key? Does it look like a key?
like keys.
But like, is it shiny?
Yeah, they're big and like highlighted blue.
Where's the damn key?
Okay, now I don't even know where it is.
If I was a key, where would I be? Oh, jeez, Mel! Or not Mel, Sal! I was thinking mortuary. Huh? Oh,
Yeah.
Sophia!
Huh?
I found it. It's over here.
More to a frog, more to a more to a smile.
Thank you so much for the sub, Cell. 18-month
So you
streak?
had to
What
leave,
the
you
heck?
had to take it.
Oh. So,
Eh.
yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah.
I'm waiting for Sophia to see it, though. I found it. Fucking
Oh,
nerd.
it is shiny.
Hmm.
Gales and snakes.
Drop that now, or I'll give you something to wear.
Happy
Yeah, you don't have to be a
Halloween.
team lead to take it. I'm just messing with you.
Happy Halloween.
You guys are
That's why I wanted
bullies.
Sophia to take it.
Call me an outlaw.
You guys are bullies.
What? I've already experienced.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Where is she?
Gale from above.
I foresee carnage in your future.
Also, so how are you doing? I don't remember there being jump scares in this. What the fuck? I don't either. What the fuck? I'm not touching that anymore. I'm not falling for it.
This is a normal. This is a normal one.
Of the heroes.
It's a normal key.
I expect
How are you doing, Cell? Do you have the day off today?
Hey, who's yapping in my head? Do yourselves a favor. Stay
Shot,
away
shot,
from
shot,
the castle.
shot, shot,
or
shot,
else.
shot, shot.
Guess we found our culprit. Now put a stop to her.
Everybody.
Oh, I don't have. Wait a
I
lot.
get one day
I'm
off
back.
a week. Got off work nice and long and dropped. I'm gonna drop someone off at the airport in a bit. How are you? I'm doing pretty good.
Castle
Hope you're
should
doing
be up
well.
this way.
Who are you dropping off at the airport? Is your sister?
We're being watched. Yeah, and I don't take kindly to people looking at me. Something is coming. Above us.
I knew it! They look too sus.
Yeah, it'll be 2 Winston.
Oh my god, that scream alerted me so hard.
Yeah. Yeah. Bleed. Bleed, gargoyle. Fake Winstons.
Oh, nice.
I have an ultimate. Should I? Should
Yes.
I?
When your ultimate, use it whenever it reaches 100. Right click whenever you're 100.
Yeah.
We're good.
That's not the command I remember. Hick. Cell's not a dumbass. She's awesome. Wait, what? Nani?
You aren't the doctor.
I don't remember that.
A grieving.
Wait, what even is that? Is it 2Cs?
Jinkenstone.
Or is that a Hitsugi thing? Was that a Hitsugi thing?
I blocked the path to the castle.
Might have been a Hitsugi thing.
This is where your tale ends. Reckon I know another way through.
Okay, it's 2Cs. Never mind. What's 1C then? Why does that say that?
Open the secret passage.
Did Cell make that?
I want to ask how you know about this.
Where's
There
the
ain't a
lever?
prison round that could keep me locked up. Now get
My sister-in-law, she stayed for 2 weeks. Oh. Well, I hope that was fun. Soon we're gonna watch American Horror Story. You and me, so. And Sophia too.
Eh?
American
Eh?
Horror Story.
Eh.
Remember? Whoa! What the fuck?
Happy Halloween. It's okay, we're fine.
Everything's fine.
Oh, I'm not supposed to shoot it?
Oh, we're shooting it. We're shooting it.
There's one.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's
there
one
was
that's
a statue.
Oh yeah, we're shooting that statue. They're turning. Oh, this is like some fucking Doctor Who shit. Not a fan.
Somebody pinged the wall and I walked up to it. I was so confused.
Hick, I'm coming, Sophia! Remember to shift and zoom around, dear. It's very fun when you shift and jump. Okay, I gotta go, but I'll see you soon. Take care, Cell. Thank you for stopping by real quick. Thank you for the sub as well. Can you do Dorky streams for Cell, Neo?
I have plans for him. And now, I have plans for you.
Ugh, if I can just hit my shots. Yeah, it was really nice to see you, Cell. Is that COD? Or not COD? Not Game of Thrones.
Wait, what? Hello?
I'm gonna try to focus on
Okay. Well, what's happening? Am I too close? Alright.
Don't you dare touch me!
Ah, another one? Okay.
What?
No!
Let the Kitsune guide you! I got you, boo! I got you, boo!
Oh, please. Okay. Yeet.
Oh, we're fine.
Stop fucking me!
I'm here. Yokudeki mashita, my Tomodachiyos.
The summoner. She was dead, wasn't she?
Seems the bride stoked her back to life.
Well, she's dead again now. And the bride's
Oh, wait.
Through this door.
That clip is fantastic.
aside, gals.
Fucking GTA.
Dynamite will burn this door to the ground.
I miss Cell streams. Me and Sophia a lot.
Burn!
Oh, we can break this. Oh.
And looming fear.
Nani? Looming fear. I'm not a fan of fear that's looming.
Run quick, because
Yeah.
he's invincible.
Yeah, we can't shoot him.
So what the hell do we do? He's unstoppable.
Run!
Shoot him. We do.
Run! Just run!
Oh, run past him. Run past him.
Yes. Oh no! I'm
I was okay.
Run! Oh, nice.
He kills me.
Oh shit. Okay, I'll try to bait him.
Ever seen one that wasn't?
Oh wait, no, he's gone.
Stay focused. That ghost could be back any minute.
Okay, so
Oh. Okay, we're fine.
he invincible. You got the Winston skin. Nice. Go team!
I need help!
I'm helping. Just zoom.
Oh my god!
Oh fuck! Let the Kitsune guide you.
It's okay, we're fine.
Reanimate all these Zomnics? Seems Junkenstein wasn't the only inventive one.
Question, is she married to the doctor? Or his monster? Really not important right
Losing a
now.
lot of HP.
Says you.
It's okay.
I've got you.
Yeah, at least you're a tank. I don't trust it. Sophia, you get it.
No, you're the streamer. You have to get it.
You are the streamer here.
Bride idolized.
Say hi to the dog.
Even after.
Hi to the dog. Oh, there's a Sophia, come
Wait,
back.
there's a dog?
Yeah.
To finish
I heard a bark too.
Where?
What
Come
else?
here.
Revenge. We need to find the Lord. Fast.
Bart.
Hey, bugs!
Cause you have to say hello to it.
I don't know how to emote properly. I changed my keybind, so I don't know where the emote is anymore.
I could use a heal.
Exclamation soft sounds? I think that was the Hitsugi thing. I need to bring Hitsugi back. Ah, fuck. Cell was here. I could have asked Cell about Hitsugi. P? Oh. I changed my keybind.
Oh, y'all
I'm
left
not sure.
already.
Yeah. Don't worry, we're waiting.
Hello? Open the door.
What the hell is that sound? Huh. Huh. Zoom! Who's that?
Reinhardt.
Oh no. It's a dead Reinhardt.
So whenever you see the Sombra is like trying to hack the thing, we have to hit her.
So that's a hitter? And you?
Behind.
Oh, they're behind us, behind us.
Yep.
Get off of that switch.
I can feel the bride's aura.
Behind.
She's still
Oh,
close.
shit.
We can't let her flip any more switches. Think you can predict the one she'll pick next?
I see her choosing the one we least expect.
What?
This is why people hate fortune tellers.
She's the one we least expect. Thank you.
Oh yeah, the one that's right next to me and I'm not looking at it. Of course.
Huh, 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 huh.
Junkenstein was robbed of his revenge. I won't make the same mistakes.
I won't make the same mistake.
Leads to suffering.
You tell him, Kiriko.
Okay.
Those voice lines are pretty funny.
Fire off that switch.
Where's oh she's on back.
Oh, the unstoppable ghost is here!
Oh,
Nai!
Run, run, run. If,
I'm trying to heal you, Sophia.
if the ghost is after you, just run away from everyone else.
Oh shit.
Yourself.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
I'm trying my best!
I'm running.
What switch?
Which
I don't see
switch?
it. Are they invisible switches?
Do you believe me now?
No, no,
Where
no,
is
no.
she?
Who? Oh,
He's over here.
it's after
Oh, right here.
Kill her! Ah! Woo. Okay. Sophia, run!
Where am I running to?
Away!
Fate turns against you. This is the end. Just by
Where'd she go?
Ah!
Oh fuck. Okay, okay.
No! Get away!
Apagando las luces.
Oh, she's low. Okay.
Get wrecked, nerd. 0 deaths. Surely.
At the hands of 4 brave heroes. was saved, and once more could Atlasbrun rest soundly. For now.
For now. See it.
Oh.
Bump, bump, bump. Bam. Bam. Nani? Apagando las luces means turning off the lights. Oh.
Oh.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. Thank you, Husky. I see. Great pronunciation, by the way. I'm sure I sounded very American when I said that. Well, since we beat it on story mode, you guys ready for hard mode?
Hard?
Sure.
It's the next step up. We're not doing legendary. We're not doing expert.
How is hard the next step?
Legendary or bust? There's no easy mode in Overwatch. Hey Snake. Also, how are you doing, Husky? Could you guys shout out Husky as well? And Dorky stream, Husky? Was my pronunciation really good, Boo?
Huh?
When I said it, was it good? Was it when I said apagando las luces? Yeah. Apagando las luces.
I said, please be my boyfriend. Please. Pretty please. Clip.
It was
Try something else.
You want to play Kiriko this time?
in American.
It was well pronounced in American. Thank you, dear. Did you want to do Ash or Kiriko, Cress?
I'm fine with either one. I'm fine.
You're popping off on Ash. But I'll play Ash this time then. And we'll just switch back and forth, I guess.
Okay.
An outlaw whose dark magic had graced Atlas.
Oh my god, Kiriko is so cute in this.
Fucking love that emote.
Not long ago, 4 heroes.
Thank you for shouting out Husky though. Husky is very, very old stream friend. Old. I meant like she's been here for a long time. Very wholesome, very nice, very kind. Did anything change here? Nothing, right? The scene doesn't change depending on difficulty.
Oh, we were supposed to skip that. It's okay. I'm sorry.
No, I didn't know for sure. Don't even stress, dear. Don't even stress. Not today, punks.
I'm not dying, I swear.
Sophia, are you okay? Do we need?
I'm holding eye roll too. Thank you for the shoutouts. We're all old.
Do we need to go get Sophia?
Oh, that was you.
I love you so much, Boo.
I'll be keeping the change.
You can do it, Sophia. You're doing great. Sophia, Hitsu, watch her and Mia together. You both love it. That's on our list to watch. Isn't it? It is, right, Boo?
Our list is eternally long, and I'm impressed that you remember what is on it.
Her and Mia is the one cute romance anime that everyone's watching a while back.
Do you know how many cute romance anime we have on our list that everyone has been watching?
You know what? I shan't deny it. Mom, do something, cause I'm bad.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Thank you, Bob. Super young. Yeah. You can't be that old.
Will someone shut that racket up?
Arigato. Castle has fallen.
These messages. I hope everyone got out safe.
Does anyone know what's going on here?
I'd bet these Zomniks have something to do with the Lord of the Castle. And Dr. Junkenstein, no doubt. What are we waiting
Dr. Junkenstein, no doubt.
Look, Hitsu, I'm twerking.
Oh. Okay, I'm watching. Horny on main, live on Twitch. About to get banned.
You flying through it, that is just feels like I'm throwing money as.
Wait, you can actually knock one of
like
the. Wait,
we're
oh
throwing
fuck!
money.
I have to help team.
These Zombots don't scare me.
I can knock on the door upstairs. What do you mean by knock?
Knock, knock.
Trying to make me turn my back so you can kill me.
Like, is it like a command? Do I have to shoot the door?
You got me.
You can stay away from Mars. Not today, foul beast. What do you mean? What do you mean? Hitsu? It's knocking on the door? Yo, I gotta put my phone down and shut my eyes for 7 hours. Hope Links? What do you mean shut your eyes for 7 hours? You know what time it is? Hitsu looking disrespectfully. I was.
Oh, the key is not the same.
Wait, did Sophia pick up the key just now?
No.
Sophia should pick up the keys this time.
I was looking very disrespectfully and respectfully at the same time.
I was supporting her as a friend.
Bring me my scissors.
Nani?
Thank you.
Wait, Sky, you're still here.
Yeah. Of course, Sky's still here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Different time zone exists, nerd? Oh, wait. You're in a different time
found
zone
it.
completely. Oh, you did.
Yeah,
Alright, go for it, dear.
let's go for it.
It was right next to us this whole time.
Oh, but that wasn't that scary.
Yeah, but I wasn't ready for it, okay?
Drop that now, or I'll give you something to wail about.
Come on, Hitsu. Aim for the head. Reload, though, I guess, because he needs to reload first.
Oh, man. Ow.
I'm not aiming for heads.
I got her. I got her.
Say less.
Woo!
For the plans to be back in the States by January for grad school? Oh, okay. Well, you go get some proper sleep, Lynx. We appreciate your face, yiking dork. No wonder you're never there for any movie nights or anime nights. Ugh, you've been busy.
Stay away from the castle.
Do we have to look for the key again?
I don't remember.
Just look it.
No, you have it yet.
Yeah.
Stuck to her.
Huh?
Oh, you have to unlock it.
Now you have
That's
to unlock it.
You gotta interact with it.
right.
There should be a button pop up.
But how's everyone doing today? You guys having a good weekend so far? I hope so. I'm trolling. But I'm chilling. Trolling and chilling. Trolling and chilling. Yeah, I do feel like we're being watched.
Kindly to people looking at me.
Something is coming.
Above us.
Do I get to do damage during this? I do not.
I don't know. It kind of looks like he has a little bit of health off of him, but I don't know. Hard to tell.
Okie dokie. Reloading. Reloading. Oh. I'm not helping.
This one's left.
Oh fuck.
I'm trying my best.
Bob, do something!
Okay, it's okay.
Crest, do something!
The crystal ball says you're not done yet.
Oh, it's okay, it's okay.
Let my soul be dead.
Chris is carrying.
Crest, do something!
I'm distracting him.
Hey, hard is hard. It is.
Thank you. He's dead. So yeah, that was fine.
Yeah, we only all died, besides Chris.
Killed my favorite.
Oh shit!
You aren't the doctor. Who are you?
I wasn't looking for a second. My bad.
You're the bride of Jenkinstone! Aye, seriously? I blocked the path to the castle, so this is where your tale ends.
This is where my tail ends.
Let's get to the dungeon.
It's kind of funny.
Should be a lever around here that'll open the secret passage.
Do I want to ask how you know?
In the depths of the dungeon,
Found a hidden switch.
under the hypnotizing gaze of
Wait, is that hidden switch intentional? Is that actually there? I didn't notice that earlier. Oh my fucking god. I hate it.
Hello.
Come up, Pierce.
Oh, there she is. Oh.
Oh. Thank you,
Mess with
Chris.
it. Where'd she go?
Thank you.
Let's go.
Challenge complete. Cancel the dragon.
The fact that I hit that shot at all blows my mind. It's all of the torches? Oh. Cool.
the bride still haunted the heroes.
The bride still haunted the heroes.
What have you done with the Lord of the Castle? I have plans for him. And now, I have plans for you, too.
I see.
In a twist of fate, the summoner stood guard over the castle door she had once sought to destroy.
Yeah.
Bob, do something!
I get her? No, I didn't. Missed her.
Ugh.
No!
Aim for the head! Aim for the head! Aim for his head! Aim for his head! If I can just aim properly!
It's easier said than done.
I know!
Oh man. Oh. Oh.
He's cheating! Bob, do something, please! Oh, I got lasered from behind.
Nice, nice. I got him, I got him.
Heroes sometimes die. Ow.
I know you.
Oh, okay. We're fine. It's okay.
Dead, wasn't she? Seems the bride stoked her back to life.
When he says burn the door, so you have to throw bomb at it.
Once we bust through this door,
Step aside, gals. My dynamite will burn this door to the ground.
Can we just shoot this door down?
I had to wait for my dynamite to come
Not
back.
asked you to burn yourself.
I'm just here to give you more heals, silly. Alright, so we just run by him, right?
Run quick, yes.
He's right there!
Yeah, you gotta wait until he comes out.
Run, 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 run.
Oh shit, oh shit.
Heroes never wait.
Unless you want to be in a world of...
You're welcome. Oh shit.
Now you do.
Sophia. Sophia, no.
Wait, that's actually so awkward.
Shit. Okay.
Okay, y'all just keep going.
Can we just keep
I'll crawl after.
Crawl after.
The castle is haunted. Ever seen one that wasn't?
I got you, boo. I got you, Cress. Cool.
Okay. We're okay. We're okay. We're fine. Oh shit, we're not fine. We're not fine.
Help! Run!
Oh.
How dare!
Oh shit.
Oh my god.
Did the bride reanimate all these Zomnics?
Seems Junkenstein wasn't the only inventive one.
Oh, jeez. Bob, do something!
Or his monster. Really not important right now. Says you.
Bob did something. Hello, dog.
There's a key.
Look at all this.
I wish I knew how to say hello. I changed my key bindings. I want to say hello.
Mine is T.
And now she's returned to where it all
My
ended,
T's not it anymore.
to finish what he started.
What else?
How about this?
It's you. Mine's you.
Fast.
Oh. Dog is so cute. Every game should have a dog in it.
Come on.
Oh no, 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 no.
Oh!
Got a cell with your name on it.
All according to my Keikaku.
That sounds like the Lord of the Castle.
Within the throne room, the heroes found the Lord bound to an operating table.
What happens if we fail to rescue the Lord? Out of curiosity.
I don't
We
know.
die.
Yeah, we died.
Actually, we would. I think there's 3 times you can respawn or something. Retry.
Turns the Lord into a monster.
Oh.
Should the heroes fail to stop her?
Oh shit. Oh my god, these bitches just. Oh. Okay.
Whoa!
How'd that happen?
They open the door. Did someone hiccup? That's
How did I revive you?
F, I
Wait,
think.
wait, wait. There's a downtime of 5 seconds, 10 seconds.
Get off the switch, nerd!
Junkenstein was robbed of his revenge.
Oh shit. Okay, we're.
Bob, do something!
Ah!
Bob is doing something.
Oh shit. Okay.
She's at the switch. It's gumshoe time.
Light her up, boo!
Oh shit, everybody's dying! Ah!
Unstoppable ghost!
What's happening? Oh my god!
Someone get that
Are you guys gonna come back eventually, or?
I'll try to be safe. I'll try to stay here. I don't know.
Oh fuck!
Objective failed. Team eliminated.
We got far though.
Yeah, we did.
We did.
Oh, well, we can start from here.
Yeah, Chris, we got 3
we have
attempts.
3 attempts in total.
the Lord of the Castle.
Within the throne room, the
Alright.
heroes found the Lord bound to an operating table.
I saw this on YouTube. The Bride. I fucking love that sound. So stupid.
The bride sought vengeance for the fallen creator. She returns a
We rescue him. Are we actually rescuing him? Like, he might enjoy this.
to stop her.
Oh my god, Chris.
Don't let her pull that switch.
Watch out behind us. Watch out to your side.
Behind us. Behind.
Bob, do something!
Oh.
Where'd the bride go?
She's burning somewhere.
Wasn't done killing her yet.
Huh.
Can't let her flip any more switches. Righty, we flip them first. Ugh, leave the ideas to me.
We flipped them first? Is that what I said?
That's what Joker Queen said.
Oh. Oh, I got boomed. I got bumbled from the side again.
Is she still up there? Okay.
No, she got off. She got off.
Okay. Oh shit. I'm dealing with her.
Sophia, heroes never die. Bob, do something.
Bastion's almost down.
Right, we got Bastion. Where is she?
About that, can you settle an argument? Are you married to him or to the monster? I am the bride of vengeance.
Oh God.
Oh wow.
Ah!
He melted me.
Oh.
Wait, wait. She's gonna shock him. Oh.
I'll distract him. Oh shit. I didn't know that she was on the switch. Thank you.
How dare you, Bastion?
Where is she? Where is she? Right here.
She's at the switch.
Oh, the ghost is here.
The ghost. The ghost going for Sophia. Run.
Ah!
Slide and run.
Oh!
Oh no. It's going for me now.
We
Wait,
can wait.
now.
I'll heal you.
Keep moving. I feel rage in him.
Sophia never dies.
I feel sorry for him, but I'm a little busy.
Thank you.
He's still here? Behind, yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh shit. Is he on me?
He's on someone. He's on me. What the fuck? Hi. Bob, please do something.
Oh shit. Oh no! Ah! Shit. Oh! Oh shit. Shit.
Gotta defeat the bride.
Oh shit. Somebody try to get Sophia.
I think Crest is on it.
Yep, good.
Apagandos las luces. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Another
No!
Crest is up first. Crest is up first.
Yep.
Did you foresee me?
Oh!
Run. Apagandos las luces.
Ghost is following me. Ah, shit.
Keep it together.
I love you, Boo.
You're fine. I just got
Apagandos las luces, but Chacos is alive. How dare you, evil bride? I got you.
Why? I hate
slide,
this ghost.
slide.
Slide away. She's low. Okay, I got her.
Oh,
thank God. I died so many times.
The heart is hard.
The castle was saved, and once more could Adlersbrunn rest soundly.
hard is really hard.
Hard is hard.
I think I think I've not finished the. What is the next one after hard?
Expert? And then it's
we couldn't finish that. Me and my friend. It was hard.
But we were able to because we're just amazing. Absolutely phenomenal.
It's punishment time!
It's punishment time! Hick. Oh my god, Sophia has hicked 176 times on this stream.
No.
Just this stream?
Not this stream, but like
Oh, okay.
every single time she's been on stream.
Is she okay?
I'm gonna go to the toilet. BRB.
Do you want to keep doing this, or should we try other modes as well, like the originals? Do we get anything for doing this? Like, do we still get any like sprays or anything?
You know what? I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Like, I really don't know.
I really don't know either.
Overwatch, please be sensical. Make sense. What's a control map? Oh, then I'm gonna search it up.
Control map.
Should we do mystery swap Junkenstein? That'll be
That's
chaotic.
a thing.
Yeah. That'll be chaotic.
We could try it. There's 4 of us, so.
Yeah, I'm down. It's just gonna be chaotic for sure. Ah, fantastic. Anime music, so good.
Welcome back.
Okairi. Oh, we're gonna do something that'll be interesting.
Okay.
We'll see how it plays out, but we're gonna see how it goes. I'm open my Pop-Tarts and prepared to eat a Pop-Tart.
I want spur. I'm very hungry. And my brain's not working right now.
Where the Lord of the
You want what?
for heroes to come to his aid and defend him against the mad Dr. Junkenstein.
There's no auto aimers.
Good luck.
Bjorn.
Torb?
Yeah, you can use
You
the
can play
turret.
Torb.
And then just, yeah.
And then you just like goop all over the place and it's fine.
Or Bridget.
What is the mystery sword? What?
I don't.
Is the mystery?
I don't know.
Only 4
Wait. Hold up. I can't change my hero.
Sounds like a you problem.
I'm not hitting any shots.
My potions should be able to see us through the...
Ah!
Life is not forgiving. You can't hide. Suffer my fury.
Maybe the enemies are mystery?
Oh, it looks the same.
Well, like the main bosses, maybe they're the mystery heroes?
That'd be kind of interesting.
Unerring precision.
hope that's actually the case.
If we die and then it switches on us, that'd be chaotic. I am definitely rust. Like that!
Oh.
Like that!
Like that!
Oh, okay.
No! I'm not ready for this.
Oh, Jim, I missed! Okay, it's okay. It's got it. I missed my missiles. Oh, left side.
Oh, we got it. Oh, I don't got it. Oh god.
Within my sights.
Did I not need to use this?
I mean, if we switch, you probably have to.
That's true. But still. Oh, yeah, you're right.
What?
I'm back to Hangzhou.
There is no escape.
Oh, we can get the same hero.
No kill is truly clean.
Is that a Reaper? Ugh. Reaper, just die!
Jesus Christ.
Ugh.
Your torment is
I think Sophia didn't realize this is a support.
I don't know what it's doing. I'm just pressing the button.
Just press the buttons, dude. Don't worry about it.
I don't know this character.
Oh. I looked ult and I died.
Let's. Oh my god, it's Sprig again.
Uh-uh.
Oh shit.
Genji!
I got it, it's okay!
Nice.
It's fine. Your cheeks are fine. Okay.
Rugawa Tekiwo Kurao, bitches!
Oh no! Oh,
got it.
Nice flail.
Come over here, you dick! Oh. You dick, this move seems chaotic? It kinda is. It kinda is chaotic, just a touch. Okay, it's this guy.
Don't you hook me,
You're okay, you're okay.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Ah.
Nice scope! Nice scope! Oh shit.
I got it!
Nice.
Fuck you!
Bring you.
I pushed him into the goo.
I'm Tracer, baby! This is actually so chaotic.
I kinda like it though. It's kinda fun.
It is, yeah, it's fun. It's just very chaotic though. Is that a Symmetra? In this day and age? Oh my god, she does damage.
Oh, I missed! We missed!
Oh,
Nice.
God.
Nice.
Who did we lose? We lost Crest? Oh no.
Yeah.
She lasered me. Holy shit, this is not fair.
Ugh. I tried to.
No.
Oh no, the gunslinger fell.
Who's the Symmetra?
Gotta hop out. I'll catch y'all later.
Take care, Sky. If only you played with us.
I'll try to next time.
Yeah. Maybe there won't be a next time. I'm so
dang,
sad.
That's how you feel? That's how
Yeah,
you feel? Just not gonna invite me? Okay. Okay. I'm out here.
No, next time for sure, Sky. You do it. Miss all the storm arrows. So this mode is chaotic. How'd you feel about it, dear?
Why is it
I
difficult?
can't aim and everything requires aim.
I did. What's this one?
Vengeful Ghost. What does that mean?
I have no idea.
Our tale begins in Atlas Room, where the lord of the castle has called for heroes to come to his aid and defend him against the mad Dr. Junkenstein.
Torbjorn.
Only 4 they were to defend the castle against Dr. Junkenstein and his minions. Dr. Junkenstein loved his minions rose, but the night was the night. Junkenstein's revenge.
You don't know when to quit. So, our paths cross again, old friend.
What the hell is that? That's the vengeful ghost. Oh my god, it's this bullshit. I see now.
This is stupid. You're the one who put us to this.
Ah, it hurts.
Of course, it's after you first.
That's where it hurts.
Do we just have to deal with that the whole time?
I think we do.
That's kind of terrible.
That's kind of very terrifying too.
Oh shit, you died! Okay, you're fine.
Wait, he dies?
No, you were dying. Oh fuck.
Ho, 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 ho. Aim for the heads, Hitsu. You can aim for heads. Aim for the tire, Hitsu.
Fuck off! Why me? You're racist!
Why is that racist? Maybe it's about height. Maybe.
Maybe.
Now it's me.
As long as it's not me, I don't mind. You guys keep it up. Love you guys.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
It's Reaper.
Oh my god, this is annoying.
Put him to sleep.
Oh wait, I will put him out.
Huh? Oh shit, it's you, I'm sorry. Okay, you're fine. You're fine.
No, you're all good. You're all good. I have faith.
quick.
Oh! I'm standing
my
still!
God, I'm trying to heal and get...
It's all good.
Oh shit.
He's after me again!
Oh no.
It's fine. Oh my god, seriously?
Ooh, got it. Bust your turret, Sophia.
Ow. Oh, nice.
Sounds so terrifying.
Behind you, Hitsu!
I'm running! Forward! Susume! Susume! Why can't I think the name? This song right now? I don't know. Let me see. 7 Deadly Sins.
I can't fix my turret!
Oh shit.
Oh no, it's Junkenstein's monster.
Oh my god, he's just like eating me. During the cutscene.
No!
Back in 7 seconds. Okay, you're fine. Oh no!
No, not now! I can't aim it at the damn tire! You dick!
Fucking seriously! Okay, it's fine.
Live, Chris, live!
I hate this ghost. He's killed me so many times.
I will do what I must. Oh no! That's so awkward!
I just came back like right as you died.
He's dead!
Now I have Symmetra to worry about. She's running after me! That's racist!
It's her! Oh shit.
Oi!
Oh shit.
Yeah, let them feel welcome, dear. Welcome them. Not this time, summoner.
Ow.
Boom, boom, boom.
Tense.
Behind you, Chris.
Keep Susume, Chris. Oh no. This one is Sword Art Online. This one I remember. Is it? Damn, it is. I alt tapped.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, Sophia, no! Oh no!
We're all getting executed. We're all getting executed. Crest, live! Live, Crest!
Use the ghost.
No.
No!
What is the difficulties? I see 5 stars.
That's the last stage, I think.
Yeah.
You almost beat it.
Can we try again with a lower difficulty?
I'm not sure what the difficulty is. I was just doing the challenge missions.
Can you try again without the ghost?
Ah, I can't endorse my friends. That's lame. I should be able to endorse my friends all I want.
Maybe Maybe we can try again, but with 2 healers.
Different.
Because,
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
yeah, I didn't know
And Tor.
there's this ghost. So I think.
I mean, there's Vengeful Ghost, there's Frenzied Stampede, Volatile Zomnix, Mystery Swap, and Shocking Surprise. I'm not sure what they do exactly. We know Mystery Swap is swapping, and we know the Vengeful Ghost is the one that follows you everywhere. We're not sure what the others are. What do you guys want to try?
Yes.
I don't really know what they mean, so whatever.
If you get Anna to ult Cassidy, it makes this game mode bosses a joke. Oh, actually, that's a good point. Didn't think about that. How about we try Shocking Surprise?
Okay.
I'm sure it won't be that shocking, right?
It just sounds like a lot of tires.
Wait, really?
Maybe, I don't know.
It'll
Yeah, it
shock
does
you.
sound like you will have a lot. That usually makes sense.
More tires. Wait, do I have? Oh.
The castle has called for heroes to come to his aid and defend him against the mad Dr. Junker.
Should we do? What is that? But Bap has the AoE heal.
Gonna do Soldier? Or McCree's really good with the bosses though.
Yeah.
It's their Zomnix. And they've invaded Twitch. Oh no. It's Timmy Pimpy. Maybe followers, primes, or viewers. I like how they add primes as like one of the options. You want to buy primes? Like I get free prime subs? Is that what that means? That's kind of broken.
That the full moon is a good omen. Maybe, if you're a werewolf.
Damn, I'm missing. Hold up. Maybe if my aim was a bit better, I can make a difference. Oh, it is tires. It's a lot of tires. Okay, that's what this is. This is also annoying. Fuck. You were right.
I was.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Shit. Okay. Oh, is this what
We got it. We got it. We got it. It'll be. This is gonna be chaotic later on for sure. Right click spam.
Another!
Oh, there's a big chunk of health taken out.
It's gonna be like that the entire time. Oh god. On the right, on the right. Oh, nice. More. Oh, jeez.
Hey, Sophia.
Sophia's insane. I love you, boo. I'm punching the tiger.
It's very hard for me to aim because the ping is making the tire jumping all over the place.
Oh, it's already jumping over the place for me too.
Hitsuga, I'm gonna ult you.
Okay, yeah. Empower me!
Nice.
Tire!
Nice. Hey, we're fine.
Okay.
We're fine.
We're good. Right side.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh, I got bomb bud. I got boom bud. Was that fire first though? Be safe. That tire spawned kind of close.
Center. Left.
Please.
Right.
Flashbangs OP.
It's not a flashbang anymore.
Bangs OP.
Right side.
I'm not sure what else to call it besides a bang. Oh, jeez.
Center.
Sometimes I wish you weren't right, Shickles. There's so many tires.
I'm so tired of tires.
Okay, I have ult.
I also have ult. Let me try to get the high ground here.
Yeah.
Yeah, homing magnet bomb is a bit of a mouthful. Yeah, I'll just call it a bang. It's high noon!
Ah, shit. Oh, shit.
Tires! Gosh darn tires!
I know.
Right side?
Yep.
Another one. Left side? You guys! I can breathe. Hey, calm down for just a bit.
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck.
Oh, another one spawned? Do you have ult yet?
Me?
Yeah.
I have 35%.
Okay. I don't think it'll be too bad. Oh, God.
I slept her in the lava. Oh shit.
No! There's so many tires!
This is terrible.
My ult went from the right to left instead of left to right. If it went left to right, it would have killed all the tires. That's so cringe.
Oh who thought that was a good idea?
Who made that mode?
Who made that mode? Okay, we have to win at least one before we have to get going.
Yeah. No one cares about that play. Should we try just a regular mode instead of all these challenge modes?
Yeah.
It's the interlude music from Clanad. Could be wrong though. No, that's playing right now. I need to add timestamps to my chat so I know how long ago that was. This is in Clanad though. How do I add timestamps? Dirk.
Does anybody else want to tank?
I can.
Okay.
Wait, this is the bride mode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Do you want to leave?
I mean, we can try this one still, I guess. Who do you want to play, Sophia?
I'll play whoever y'all don't want to play. Because I
tried?
die anyway, so.
Have you tried the tank one?
The tank is pretty fun.
Junker Queen. She tanky.
Okay.
I'll wait.
A sleuth who faced more quests.
I want to be the suave 80s haircut hat.
Exclamation mark kick.
Exclamation mark kick. I got it. Don't worry, guys.
We need two because she says it too.
True.
Oh, we're supposed to skip.
It's okay, we both remembered at the same time. What's your excuse? I am under substances.
Substances? Like the substances?
Yes.
I'm sure I'm going with that.
I'm in California. Ah! Help!
What? What?
It's okay, I hear you. Sophia!
I don't know how to play this.
We're coming to you, boo.
If she dies too, like, I
actually don't know how to play this character. Like I don't know the
one of her skills gives her movement speed and armor.
Yeah.
Hey, Ikanida.
It's shifty.
She has another skill that kind of works like Roadhog Cook. If you hit the thing, you pull them in, and then her last skill is a close range melee that does damage.
Yeah, it's like a throwing knife.
How are you doing, Ikanida?
I did not get lost.
Hey, Rosemary. What's up? We're big chillin'. I just woke up from a nap. Very pog. A nap on a weekend is always the best. It's like you finally get time for yourself. I ulted for no reason.
Glad to see other
Show off.
We won't last long out here.
It's show off. Now they spawn.
Oh. Nice. Yeah, that's your shield.
Yeah, that's a really strong item. And then you have your ult eventually, where you just dash through all of them.
Your Beyblade.
Yeah, your Beyblade. Just vibing. That's good. How are you guys doing? You having a good Saturday? I know Ikanide just woke up. Oh, how was Father Ikanide? How's he been? How's your boyfriend been? Wait, can I say hi to the king? Are you teabagging? Where's the giggles?
No.
Oh my god. Ooh, you have abs in this.
Let's get to the castle.
Hold up. Tweak.
Yeah, she has abs.
Wow. I want abs. I'm jealous. Bum, bum. This is Naruto, I think. I have the power.
Cybernetics regulating.
Oh, do we need the key? Wait, did you find the key already?
No. We have to trigger the prompts to tell us to find the key.
Oh. He's doing good right now. He's the one that woke me up from my nap. Nice.
Now it's someone else's turn to pick it up.
I don't want to pick it up again.
I'll do it.
Okay.
It was Constance who picked it up the first time when we played this too, so I haven't even picked
We
it
get
up
to see each other again after Christmas. Oh, that's awesome. I hope you guys get to have a great time together. How dare Banshee me. Ugh. Gale from a whore? What did she actually say?
Oh shit.
Let the Kitsune guide me.
Oh, she's dead.
I got the key. Yeah.
That was fast.
Dude, this is definitely Naruto. It's kind of loud
This is
though.
Overwatch.
Turk. Oh! What'd I just do? Everything's black. You guys are back. Hi. What have you been up to today, Rosemary? Could someone shout out Rosemary? Because they also stream.
Rosemary!
Oh, this is the Rosemary.
Sophia.
That's one way to shout out the name.
Oh.
That's definitely one way to shout out the name. Rosemary. Monkey.
Oh my god. You guys are getting shredded.
Oh my god. Monkey, stop doing damage to me.
Shit.
He's coming after me. He's so mean. Ah, Bob! Help me!
Oh shit.
Okay. I'll get you. I can't get you.
No, it's a timing thing. I think now I'm able to.
Oh no! Sorry, I was trying to go for this.
We didn't see anything.
Wait, Sophia's
Thank you
still
for shouting out, Rosemary.
How did our team get eliminated?
I don't know.
I died.
I don't know, I saw you still standing.
I just stand in death. I just.
Yes, so.
Nani?
What happened?
Oh, Crest got bombed, bud. Crest got bombed.
Oh, you're not available yet.
How dare you bomb my friend? No longer. God, the pain.
Oh shit. Okay.
Okay, I took care of the bombers though. I'll try to get to a semi safe spot.
Everybody alive.
I'm alive! Heroes sometimes die! What the fuck?
Thank you.
Oh, thank you for the invulnerability!
Uh-huh.
I need to hide, I need to hide. No, I couldn't. Make him bleed. Use your shield.
Oh fuck.
Okay, who's almost dead? This monkey's almost dead. I need to kill it. I killed the monkey with my life. I did it.
Looks like you need a hand.
The gargoyle is down. Or one of them, anyways. Watch out behind. Watch out behind.
Yep.
Your case still needs cracking,
All right.
remember?
We're gonna make it through. That was really, really rough. Holy shit.
And the strange voice spoke once more.
Oh!
Holy shit.
I was just jumping around, and that scared me.
A grieving widow.
Heroes sometimes die. Soft cute? Yeah, she's very cute. Hi, Vuzu. How are you doing? What games are you playing, Rosemary? Are you playing Resident Evil Village recently? Nice.
Get to the dungeon. Should be a lever around here that'll open the secret passage.
Do I want to ask how you know
Gotta find it.
about this?
In the depths of the dungeon.
I'm good. I'm pretty good. It's nice to play with Sophia. I don't get much time to actually hang out with her, so this is really nice. But we also get to play with Cress and Shuckles too, which is also super cool because I never really play with them. And they're good dorks. Fucking, it's so scary. This one's scarier than the other thing. You just forget you're in a loading screen and then you get jump scared. Where is she?
Suspect apprehended.
Suspect apprehended.
Oh shit, I missed. okay.
Oh my god, the damage. Challenge complete. Counsel the bride? What does that mean?
It kind of sucks because I can't see how much like health you guys have if you're behind a wall.
Oh really?
Yeah, because it's in grayscale. And I can't see your health bars.
Hello. Sorry, we made it out. We're good.
The bride still haunted the heroes.
I was hoping you wouldn't wake up.
What have you done with the Lord of the Castle?
I have plans for him. And now, I have plans for you, too.
I got a bad feeling about this.
Guard over the castle door. One sought to destroy.
Ah! Bob, do something! Oh, your ult is so strong. Bob did do something. Maybe that's a Kiriko plus Bob combined.
This ends now.
Center behind you?
Oh shit.
Let's go, Sophia! He's
I think
bleeding! No, you hit him, He's bleeding. Oh. We're so good. We're so good.
She was dead.
Counts of the bride is for a certain number of killed bosses? Oh.
Well, she's dead again now. And the bride's
That makes a lot of sense.
once we bust through this door.
Step aside, gals. My dynamite will burn this door.
Yeah, you have to wait for the dynamite cutscene to be okay. Now you can do it.
Behind the castle doors.
Alright, I'm zooming. Bye! I'm running. I love you guys!
If you run first, you will get bombed by the zombie. So...
You're right.
Yeah, I told you.
You finally made it. I'll have my guard show you.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no.
Unless you want to be in a world of hurt.
Run, Sophia! Run, Sophia!
Oh my god, you guys are all so low.
Pick up your feet, you drunk.
You never mentioned the I'm so slow.
Ever seen one that wasn't?
Stay focused.
Are we safe? Watch out for this. He's gonna spray. Oh my god. Oh, what the fuck? There's shock tires?
There's a tire, yeah.
Arigato, Sophia. I love you, boo. Bum, 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 bum.
Oh my god!
Very spicy, isn't it?
All this. The bride idolized Junkenstein, even after his demise.
And now she's returned to where it all ended. To finish what he started.
This dog should be on the Overwatch team.
Revenge. We need to find the Lord.
I agree.
Fast.
Puppy. Yeah, I know it's a puppy. It's a puppers. Don't even sweat.
Everyone can handle the truth.
Is it pizzy? I think, does Kiriko ult work with Bob ult?
I think so, sure.
Bob, yes.
Okay, so that's why it's so busted. Is it barking? Yeah. If you say hello to it, it barks back. It greets you back. It's so cute. Oh! Watch out behind you.
I wasn't done killing her yet. We can't let her flip any more switches. Idea. We flip them first.
Leave the ideas to me.
You're in for a surprise.
Yeah. Back off, bride. Oh my god.
I can't see you up there.
It's okay. I was just trying to avoid this bastion that was lighting me up.
It's okay.
I love you, boo.
Got you.
This ends now.
I am hurt badly.
Thank you.
Junkenstein was robbed of his revenge. I won't make the same mistakes.
Automaton transformed. Challenge complete. Bet. I'll take it. Watch out for the tires.
Oh, somebody shot tires.
Stop her.
Okay, I stopped her.
The ghost too.
I was a ghost. That's right. Be careful. This ends now. Okay, stop touching me. Evil ghost. Ah! Oh fuck, I'm gonna die here.
Oh my god.
Speak for yourself.
I did not die there. How dare you!
Oh shit.
Oh fuck! Watch out!
Oh no.
All right,
Okay.
we'll try to bring her back here soon.
We're on last phase.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the end.
Heroes never die, unless sometimes they die. Watch out, Sophia! Sophia, you're insane!
It's okay. It's worth it. She's okay.
I love you.
Oh, fuck.
Did I die?
No,
I think
did
I.
everyone die?
No, we got her. We got her, but I think I died as well. I was about to, anyways.
I don't know how we did that. Okay, that was my last one.
No worries, Shuckles. Thank you for playing with us.
Thanks for having
Yeah,
me. It was
please,
fun.
please get food.
It was fun to hang out with you again, Chuckle.
No, I missed you.
I missed you a lot.
Oh, I didn't get to say hello to the puppy. I was hoping it would be part of the play.
Hey, we improved.
Yeah, we did that.
Hard piece of cake. Okay.
I mean, we did better that time, I think.
You did. That was fun though. Hold up.
Alright, have fun with the rest of the stream, Hitsu.
Thank you, Shuckles. Have a lovely lunch, dinner, all the above.
Yeah.
Just
Alright,
eat.
see you guys.
Take care of
I will.
yourselves.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Bum, 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 bum. So, did you want to try
Maybe you go for one last one or something.
one last one or unranked?
Whatever.
Since Sophia also has not had a chance to play unranked yet.
Huh? Huh?
You can select whoever you want, whatever role you want. Oh, I forgot your icon. That's such a good icon. Time for Sophia ranked? Yeah.
Wait, are we doing ranked?
Yeah.
Huh?
Huh?
I don't even know how to play.
Perfect.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
You still have
Steal kill. That's me.
Wait, what is this? What are we playing?
We're in deathmatch right now.
no wonder I can't
We're just waiting for the game. Something they added so that instead of just waiting, people can like do something. Oh, hi Boo. I don't want to hit you.
Ah!
Sleepy Sophia's finally sleeping.
Oi! That's rude.
Oi! How dare you? Hello.
Hello there.
Where's Chris?
Where? I'm AFK.
Oh.
Hello. Isaiah.
Oh, they left.
Saving energy right now.
Oh, you're saving energy.
I'm on power saving mode for the game later.
Oh. I'm a tank. My name is Diva. Oh, I can't crouch in this. I can't teabag.
Yep. There's a one worst thing about Diva.
Can't teabag. That's kind of sad. I was
What
hoping
does E do?
to damage boost the blue thing. Makes someone do a lot more damage. I mean,
No, but like my left click is heal, my right click is damage, but I have an ability that is E.
oh, the res. I think that's the res.
Oh.
You can res someone.
The rest is now an ability.
That's funny.
Oh!
We're so good.
Oh, yeah. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Eh.
Ugh.
No! No!
You're silly.
I wanted to rush.
I know. Yeah, I appreciate you.
Reset and regroup.
I was trying to drop on her, to be honest. Don't worry about me. You guys are doing it.
No, big.
Ooh.
Where are you? Whoa.
No, someone woke the sleeping Bastion, so I panicked for a little bit. It's a no.
I'm fucking dead.
I have an ult, but I don't know when I should use it.
Basically, whenever people are dying, it lets you heal multiple people at once.
What next? Maybe next fight. You can use it all next fight.
Okay.
No.
Wait up. No.
Walk into the bomb.
Let's reset.
Initializing systems.
Come back, come back, come back. Come. Good.
Come here. I'm not here. I was scratching my face. That bomb drop looked neat. Oh, I got rest. Thank you.
Ah! Ah!
Zenyatta! Oh my god, I couldn't kill the Zenyatta. Oh. I tried really hard to get the Zenyatta there. To the point where I died. Am I getting stream sniped? I think I am.
Huh?
That's one of Diva's voice lines. Am I getting stream sniped?
No!
Come back, I'm reloading.
Oh, it's okay. Don't worry about me yet.
No!
Woo! You're mine, sir.
No! No!
That hurt. That's play of the game. Molten core.
How many?
They use 2 there at least.
Nice help.
Zoom. I was just standing there. Okay, maybe I need a different boy, different girl. I mean, I killed 3 with that. Nice. Keep it up, Hanzo. Hanzo, keep it up. Go, Hanzo.
10 seconds.
Nicely done, Hanzo.
Point.
No, Zenyatta, this is our point. Boom, boom. That. Alright, got a lot of free distance. Lol.
Oh my god.
Let the dragon consume you.
What was that?
They fell for the classic combo. Walked right into it. They did.
Wow, this
Come on,
is,
Bjorn. Yeah, this is still play though.
this is really a lot of damage.
He's meleeing.
Okay, that's it for me. I'm going.
That was your last one, right? Let me cancel the queue.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for having me. It's been a very long time since I played any games.
It was nice to have you. Thank you for playing with us, Chris. What is that emote, Ernie? That's so precious. Oh my god, of course it's Marriott. She said, can you shout them out, Ernie? Because they made some of our emotes. These emotes here. Or is this Mizuru? It was one of them. I don't remember exactly.
He's gone.
Man, take care, Chris. I appreciate you. Oh, he left already. If he's in stream, though, I appreciate you, Chris. You hecking dork. Get some proper sleep. Imagine having a bad time zone. But I'll do it regardless. I'm not sure if it is actually her style. It might be my stream profile picture that she did. I don't remember which one it was, because it was a while ago. That was like years ago. I know she did. Do I have it saved? She's playing Little Nightmares. Oh, Small Spooks. I loved it when she had a die thing with the Reaper.
I'm trying to move right. Oh.
Desktop? Desktop?
What? What? I'm so confused. No plunge, you're walking to the right. Remember, move right to progress. AK move right. Climb. No, on touch. Wait, what? I'm so confused.
Okay. I think she made these for us.
Do
you remember these, hon?
Remember what?
On stream right now, I have these photos.
You do know I only have one screen, right?
I'm gonna send it to your DMs real quick.
It is a laptop.
Yes. Let me send these two.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Mariette made both of them though. I think this one was more recent. You can kind of tell actually that this was more recent, but this one's animated though. Oh, and this I specially requested like a Ghibli thing in between the Christmas one here. That's like a little Ghibli thing, which is really really cute because Sophia loves. Yeah, she loves Totoro.
I like Ghibli.
And Totoro.
Ghibli in general.
It's almost winter time actually. We could use this again as our PFPs.
Next one you commission is us getting married.
What do you mean almost? We're in November? Christmas doesn't start until snow comes down. Everyone knows that. Or not Christmas, winter. Ghibli is great. Yeah, Ghibli is fantastic. What do you want to do though, hon? It's just us two now. You want to play more?
If you wanna, but remember, I don't know how to play and I'm really bad.
That doesn't bother me, you dork.
And I'm probably gonna trigger everyone that we play with.
That doesn't bother me, you dork. I love you.
You're
if
making
anyone
me do ranked when I don't even know how to play. What do you think I'm gonna rank as?
But we won anyways, and I guess if anyone else wants to come join and play, they can as well. So it doesn't have to be us two. I think we get a full lobby of 5 and we can just mess around in unranked or ranked, whatever. Then I've had winter in years. Then I'm sorry, Ernie. That's what is the actual definition of winter? I'm kind of curious.
Wait, how do I change my role?
Too late. I mean, I can close queue since Damien said he wanted to join if there's space.
Fine. Oh, okay. I just whatever.
Hop on, Damien. Hop on, and you can select the specific roles you want to play on.
Wait, I can't. Oh, there. Okay, I have to unselect the one I had.
All right, winter. The actual definition of winter. Oh wait, hold on. Okay. Ready up now. If we're all ready, it starts. I gotta wait for Damien. I wonder how Andy's doing. I haven't played with him in forever. He was a high school friend of mine.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Damien.
Hi. What region are you?
NA. Because NA is the only one that matters.
Wait, we should be playing EU now.
No, it's my stream. NA stream only.
We got Snakey down here and just double down on the English
Nope.
people.
NA only. NA squad. NA gang. NA is cool. Anyone outside of NA is not cool.
Nah.
With the exceptions of Canada. Because Canada ain't cool.
Hitsu, you're making me play ranked when I don't even know how to play, and I'm playing with ping?
I don't see a
probably
problem.
not a good idea.
EU servers are better. Only in NA.
EU servers are easier, that's for sure.
Oh, Hound is playing. Array is playing. An arcade. I think. Unless that's the other Hound. Well, that's definitely Ray Hound. Other Hound is not Hound 3. Other Hound is just Hound, I think.
Oh, why does it say my friends list is empty?
Because you have no friends?
Have
Yes.
you noticed that we sit in a closed off VC and people still are able to join?
No.
No, I was sat in some. I was sat in some party.
Of course, you don't notice what I do.
I definitely have not noticed that. This is a locked VC. Oh, it is.
Everyone who's joined, I've been dragging them in.
Surely they haven't been waiting.
I was only waiting for about 20 seconds. Not too bad.
See, that's not bad.
Yeah. Do I have friends now? I have friends!
But I can't invite you to group. You're on the wrong server, silly.
I am not.
Yeah, huh? Oh, JB's playing. I'm gonna DM him.
No, I'm on. Well, it says I'm on American.
This is completely random, and we haven't talked in forever. But I see you on right now playing Overwatch. So I felt the need to ask, how have you been, ya dork? When next handstand stream? Ooh woo.
Damien, I don't know if you heard this on stream, but beware that I do not know how to play and that this is gonna end badly.
It's okay. I recently changed up my entire way of playing this game, so I am not used to how I aim.
Hitsu? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, no, Sophia gets play the games all the time. Don't listen to her.
I'm giving people trigger warning here.
Sophia's actually High Grandmaster right now. She's just gaslighting us. This is her alt account.
Yeah, her main account is Awake Sophia.
Her real one's called Shroud. Okay, see if you can invite me now.
I cannot.
Why?
You had to restart Battle.net, I think, if it's bugging out.
Unable to join a group that is queued for matchmaking.
It's so.
That's not a thing.
So you were the problem.
I don't know what you mean.
This sounds like another you problem, Hitsu.
It does. It does.
Well, does anyone else want to hop on before I actually queue us up again?
Okay, just whenever you invite people like that, make them aware. Give them the trigger warning, okay? You join with the prospect of 90%, 98% loss.
Don't be silly, dear. It's not that bad. I will join Sophia. Will carry me hard.
3% higher win rate.
So that's a yes.
Deal.
Yeah, I have to open this. Come on in, Ernie. Come on in. Addy.
Sorry, by the way, if you end up hearing my dog's bark, it's currently Guy Fawkes night in England, so for loads of fireworks going off.
I remembered.
Remember the 5th of November?
Yes, I
Hey.
remembered it earlier.
She did actually remember it earlier.
It just means you might hear my dogs occasionally. They might be Greater Danes and like the biggest thing in the house, but they are terrified.
Emote is that? Or who is that? That's such a cute emote. I see. I just click on them. Everyone has these like jam emotes and these wiggle emotes, and I low-key really want one. They look. Yeah, I wanna go. Her angry emote's pretty fire though. Uni angry. I joined, but I suck.
It doesn't matter. We're here too.
You think I'm good?
We're playing. We're
Nani?
playing from across the ocean. It's fine.
Yeah.
We're playing to D
Eventually, I'll move in with Sophia, and we'll play on NA servers still, but we'll have the same
But
issues.
everyone will be handicapped, except the enemy team.
Except the enemy team.
Maybe then they'll have a chance.
Oh, this is my battle code. Here, I'll just type in chat. You guys are all people I trust. I know. I got yelled at earlier for this. I need to add 1.5. I need to add the XII. Chuckles was like, "Did you get my friend request?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure. I totally got it. I didn't check." And then it came up. It's like, "Oh, I didn't get it. Can I get yours?" So I sent her she sent me hers. And then she's like, "Hitsu, you hecking himbo, what are you doing? Think, Hitsu, think. You have an XII in your name." Ayaya. Ayaya. Ernie. Yeah, we have room for one more, Rosemary, if you want to come hang out.
What? There's 2 empty spots.
Ernie's coming here.
Ernie's coming?
Yeah.
Where's Bert?
Shinzo Sasageo. Let me cancel the queue real quick. Cause I'm very bad.
Everyone, beware of the trigger warning.
Don't be silly, dear.
Yeah, I'm so worried that people are gonna get triggered by playing with me, so I just make them aware so that they understand that I'm not playing badly on purpose.
Hey,
So don't get triggered.
Hey, Hitsu, did you see the reveal for the next character for Overwatch?
I saw mentions of it. I didn't really look at it yet, though. How are you doing, Em? What's going on? How is life treating you? How is this fine Saturday evening? I am wearing long sleeve shirts and long sleeve pants, which are, by the way, extremely comfy. But, like, I'm sweating.
It's in the games to sales section of the Discord if you want to look at it.
Sure. And then Sophia can. I brought Ernie over. I win. I brought Ernie into the VC.
He's just about to mention her, and he's just sat there waiting in slumber party.
Wait, but why can't Ernie join? Ernie is a mod.
Yeah, I still can't join.
Why?
Really?
Because
Mods can't
it's a
join.
private channel, probably just for like Hitsu and you.
Ooh.
But
Don't know.
this
This
is
looks like
to
a
be your
dark stream to me.
VC.
This is my streaming VC, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't have a private one. Do I?
Yeah, we've just been using Hangout whenever we play on stream.
Oh.
Well,
I
that's
don't know.
because Hitsu wasn't aware that he still had a streaming VC. This used to be
Yeah.
the streaming VC.
Yeah, I'm really bad. I'm so sorry. I'm really bad at streaming. Hey, look, Mom, I'm famous. Hey, you dork. This isn't a stream. You are hallucinating. Alright, but I'm gonna look at this clip real quick before I'm gonna cue us up. And then I'm gonna play the video. But how are you doing, JB? You know, when I was over in Norway, I'll put you guys in a deathmatch so you guys can do something.
That was a long dramatic pause.
Comp is kicking my ass.
I'm dying to know what happens next.
No. But when I was in Norway, Sophia mentioned, because when I started going to the gym in Norway, she's like, "Are you gonna be able to do handstand push-ups like JB? Huh? She teased me like 2 times at least when I was over there because I couldn't yet, obviously. Hecking dork.
Oh.
Inverted push-ups.
Wait, yeah, inverted push-ups. I was gonna hit play.
I was created to lead.
If Rosemary joins VC, could you guys bring her over?
Maybe.
Is a better life.
I gotta
no,
figure.
I can't actually.
You can't? How do I?
Oh, now I remember why you pushed
We have studied the ways of peace.
So, Sophia, in that deathmatch, I saw you standing still as Mercy, and I just absolutely shot you in the face.
Okay, listen, I only have one screen, and right now I'm tabbed on Discord so I can wait for Mary.
I was like, I could hear you talking about like doing that, and I'm just like, I feel so bad because I just straight up, I took a second to make sure I hit you in the middle of the face.
Join the
You're so
VC
mean.
will invite
I apologized.
or drag you. I mean,
Hey.
into the.
What?
Wait, was that her? Am I trolling? I'm trolling. Never mind. Welcome, Rosemary.
Hello.
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 Hola.
Enjoy your lurk, Em. I'm staring at a blank wallpaper from 10 p.m. until now, and it's already 5:17 a.m. Why?
I didn't notice this morning. I just laid in bed for like an extra 4 hours and didn't move. I was fully awake. I didn't even look at my phone.
I felt that.
You crap, Lois. I'm in Overwatch. 6 months.
Holy crap, Lois. Alright. Bom, 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 bom. It's a monkey! It's Peter Griffin.
Ah. Oh my god!
Oh,
I
jeez,
died so
they're doing damage. Ugh. I'm trying. I got Ganji'd. I got Ganji'd.
No! No!
Oh, why is this guy just getting constantly healed? There's no one here, no one around to heal him.
I'm coming.
Damn it.
Okay, I'm gonna regroup.
Hi, boo.
Hi.
Tactical monkey. Jump to me, jump to me, jump to me. Alright, run back, chase him down actually, She's so low.
I got taken out by Genji.
I'm sorry, dear. You will be remembered. Okay, I'll come so you can jump to me here. I'll taxi you in.
Winston's coming.
Hi, boo.
Big monkey.
Where is he? Oh, I see him.
Damn, well, I got one off. Oh, damn.
Triple kill!
Genji behind you guys.
Oh no, it's not his name anymore.
No!
You okay?
Oh.
The dragon will never be sated.
The dragon will never be... Honestly, a lot of Hanzo's lines sound very lewd in like the wrong context.
I know, right?
That's because you have a lewd mind.
Oh, fuck! No.
Jesus.
They have a Roadhog now.
Roadhog coming.
I got you, Em. You take care of yourself. Comp is... How have you been enjoying comp, JB? I haven't... Well, I guess I have been playing a little bit more again. I feel like comp is pretty fun. Oh no, it's a Rujin!
Damn it. At least I killed the
No!
Guy got
healer.
Ah! I couldn't find him! I was looking for him for so long and I couldn't find him. Just keep pushing. There's 2 of them down. 2 of them are down.
Okay.
We're on our way.
No!
Fuck, damn it.
If everything else fails, just shoot.
No! Thank you, thank you. Oh, never mind.
Oh, unlucky.
We're so squishy.
Yeah.
Couldn't he reach
Oh
the
my
health
god,
pack?
that Roadhog destroyed me.
Okay, we
I
regroup.
killed the Messi
Group
though.
up.
Yeah.
Bum 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 bum. Oh da da da.
I hear
da.
somebody coming.
There's someone underneath you, Ernie.
Yeah, a third. Oh, there are many people underneath.
It's a tracer.
Let me know when you want me to ult.
Rugawa, take your crow.
No, 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 no!
Oh god! Oh god, no!
Dude, I'll try to keep you away from
Wow.
I tried. I'm
How
sorry.
dare Roadhog separate us?
No amount of rocket boost in the world could have saved you.
No, I can't make it.
Yeah, he was supercharged. He was very, very charged. Punch that Anna right in the face.
You got grabbed and just
Sorry.
nicely dropped off the edge.
Yeah,
That was Ernie.
that was me.
That's it, I saw that.
That was like Roadhog is mean. He's a bully. We don't stand Roadhogs.
I kind of want to play Zenyatta, but the range is pretty good, so I feel like I'm just gonna die immediately.
There is no honor in what
That's
you
great.
do.
Dum, bum, 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 bum. Actually, if you're playing that, what if I were to play Sojourn? Go easy on me, I'm sleepy. Wait, did I just break my thing? No, I'm good. No, melees are really satisfying in this game.
Especially Zenyatta's.
Zenyatta has a little boop thing now. It's so funny.
Yeah.
I'm bald going.
I'm getting little. I'm bald. Go easy on me. Okay. Bunch of dorks. I'm getting hooked.
I'm coming.
You missed this hook.
Sorry.
Alright, I got the healer girl. Mercy is down.
Back here, guys.
Roadhog can stay back there.
Dang it.
He did. He murdered my ass.
Oh. Yeah, mine too.
Damn.
Run, Sophia!
Alright, caught it. I caught the point.
Nice.
Sounds good. They're catching it right back again.
Oh, I was waiting.
I put my Discord on him before I died. Where did they all come from?
They just came back.
They
Literally just came
came
back.
from here.
They're trying to kill me earlier because I was fighting the one guy.
Say, on my screen, they literally like dropped from the sky. Like all three of them at the same time.
Fucking Avengers.
Yeah. It's like when you see NPCs spawn in a game.
Oh, that's so terrifying.
No.
He's done.
Mercy's low.
Over this way.
Why did Mercy just run to me to die?
She's battle mercying.
I killed Cassidy.
There's a Lucio just dancing around. He's very, very low. Alright, come on, soldier. I missed.
Oh, he's still here.
Thank you for healing me.
Oh, he ran. There was someone near the health tank.
Oh, wait, that just fucked him up. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's 3.
That fucked him up so hard. He has no hooks. I'm just chasing him down right
I
now.
was just spamming shift on you, try and put the ult on you.
That was such a good
Why the
ult.
hell it wasn't working.
Nice.
You already had it
Good
on
kill.
you.
Oh, I don't have any like custom. I want sprays on characters again.
Did you make a new account?
No, but like Sojourn, I don't have any sprays. I don't think.
Oh yeah,
right?
Sojourn.
Oh fuck!
There's
They're chasing me.
Cassidy here.
Wait.
Roadhog, man.
The Mercy's
Oh, fuck. Thank you.
Roadhog pushed me completely off. That was so mean. Hey, Damien.
Oh, they're all here.
Ah!
Oh, I didn't get you in time. Well, at least I can keep you alive in this one.
Man.
No!
Oh, that hurt.
God damn.
Oh, Moira on the point.
I mean,
Ow.
they're all
Oh, we
there.
got everybody on the point. I'm dead.
Yeah, they all died. That's right. We reset. They used a lot of ults there, I think.
I turned around because I heard footsteps. I turned back and there was 3 people running at me.
Yeah, we all died.
That was
Okay.
not ideal.
It's Battle Mercy.
Just
I know
fucking
he's-
Not anymore.
I know he's already really strong, but damn, I need to know.
Oh fuck, he's so low.
Ouch.
Okay, we got him.
Help! Thanks.
We're so good. We're so good.
I'm on point.
Gale from something.
I got Roadhog.
She's galing.
Nice.
Nice.
Hold up. Pachi pachi.
Darn, we lost. Gosh darn it, gang. Yeah. That emote is so fucking cute. I need to
really
check
love
up
it.
on. I need to check up on her. She used to do so much art for me and Sophia.
Huh?
Mariette, remember her?
Mm.
I'm gonna check up on her. And that emote in general is just really cute. It's so funny.
It is. It's actually a prototype of commissions you might be able to get down the road.
Ooh. Ooh. I need to make money somehow.
I'll be careful with Roadhog.
They're trying to do the Lucio boop thing.
Ouch. That hurt.
Oh, I got caught from the side by Roadhog. I didn't know. I don't think he noticed me.
Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! Oh, I'm so sorry.
Alright. I don't care anymore for aiming.
Don't crap mode.
I'm gonna try Reaper.
God damn it, dude. Fucking hate Roadhog so much.
He's so annoying.
Ah!
Sophia, you're crazy! You're crazy!
Before they turn the corner.
What's up behind you? Oh, they have got that choke point.
Yeah, we need to group up.
There's a Roadhog to the left.
We need that diva ult.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Ah! I got headshotted.
Found the recruit. The Cassidy. Oh, why
Welcome.
does this grenade home in now? I hate that so much.
Okay, I'll just regroup.
I mean, if they're all standing there, might as well get myself a sniper. Don't even need to leave. Well, then they left.
No, I was pushing him to the point. I was pushing him to the point.
Oh,
Yeah,
now they're coming back.
Yeah, they're coming back. I was just trying to get their attention off. But now we're in a better position because they were disrupted.
Hands up.
There's someone still here. Yep. Hold on.
Is it just the Roadhog? Alright, I'm here to fight him.
Lucia.
Haha! Haha! Not today, Loose! Or not Loose.
Ah, joke's on you, Roadhog. I already picked that hill point up. Capping the point.
I got heated off.
I got immediately headshot.
Oh, you pushed the Huns.
My God,
I'm not even sure if that was meant for you. Did you? Nice.
No, I should not do that.
Activating self-destruct sequence.
Dang it.
They're
Would have been
hacking.
a surprise if you actually hit somebody.
I know, right?
Oh.
Die, 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 die! I killed 2. Let's go.
I knew he was gonna do that. God, I hate Lucio's.
No! No!
I've got ult
Died
when
before I got.
Fucking no! I Roadhog! God damn it!
Well, we got Junkrat ult and
Yeah.
Moira ult.
I might not be able to make. Oh, I will.
He one-shot me.
Oh, behind.
Wait, Sophia!
Oh no!
Oh no!
That's awkward.
Rip.
Alright, Sophia, when you come back, come flat dash at me. There we
I
go.
got dropped into the hole by Roadhog. I hate how effective that is.
It's really good. You just have to watch his timer on it.
Well, that's it.
I couldn't get onto the point because he was ulting and Lucio
Be right
boops.
back real quick.
It's
No
alright.
worries.
I love that Roadhog thing there. Just holding the dynamite.
No, not that one!
This is where he separated us.
I feel like his knockback is a lot more effective than it used to be.
Yeah, it is.
Like, I know it still does a lot of damage, but I think you actually fly farther, too. Bum 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 bum. Ooh, do 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 do. So, I forgot I had the definition of winter opened, and I have not seen it. And it's just classified as the coldest season of the year. That's it. Technically.
It is pretty cold then.
So it doesn't matter if it snows or not. But to me, it matters. I will do what I must.
All you need to do is, like, throw out some fake snow in front of your window.
Wait, it auto-queued? And Mary said BRB.
Yeah.
I feel bad.
I'm kind of curious about that one.
Well,
It auto-queued. I hope it's not a long BRB. I'm so sorry. I should have canceled the queue. I mean, I could always drag us out if we need to, right?
I never asked my father his opinion of me.
I keep forgetting that when I do these things, I'm also the host of the lobbies. And I'm never the host of the lobbies generally in games, so I just ignore the game. I'm not used to it at all. Alright, there's a Reaper up top.
Oh wait, this is a game?
Yeah, it's a game.
I totally
What
went
did you
out
think it
the
was?
wrong way. I thought we were in skirmish.
I thought it was something like that too at the start, low-key. I feel so bad. Like, it auto-queued. I should have left. I should have left. Oh wait! Mary's back actually. I'm trolling. Welcome back. Sorry.
Bad sniper.
No, it was auto queued and I hit Sophia. You're so crazy.
I was not expecting to be revived.
Sophia's crazy. That's why I put a ring on you. That's why. Oh my
ring on her
god.
because of her willingness to self-sacrifice to get a friend alive again. Weirdly specific scenario. Wow, speaking of crazy mercies, Jesus Christ. I just can't believe she got away with that.
But did she though? Did she though?
Wow.
Oh, I found that sleep well.
Feel my power!
I can't see anything! D.Va is too big.
Lol.
Well,
she's going for it. She's going for it.
Mercy. I'm actually taking time to get used to the aiming in this game. It's really paid off. Yeet.
Nope.
Oh, nice shot.
What? Where did this lead to? Oh, it leads over here. Ah.
I have all.
Oh, be careful! Behind you guys! Behind you guys! Fuck him up!
Oh shit! Ah!
Got it.
There's a Junkrat behind us.
Ah!
Is Junkrat dead?
Nope, but the Mercy's dead.
Ah!
Oh, I see him! Ish! No! We lost our crazy healer!
What do you mean crazy?
the self-sacrificing healer that will do anything for the homies.
Believe I hit that.
Is he gonna hammer us? He might
Yeah,
hammer us.
he's gonna hammer us. Or maybe not.
Is he not there yet?
Let's see if I manage to get him up.
But at what cost?
There's the Reaper still upstairs.
No!
No! I missed!
Oh, that must have hurt.
I mean... Huh?
Got
Do I
it.
hear... Do I hear what?
I've got my ult. You got yours.
Yeah. I mean...
No!
I think that
No!
Yeah.
That was
No! A bit further. There you are.
I'm sleeping!
This isn't the
She
time
went to
to
the right.
nap.
Sorry.
Ouch. Oh yeah, upstairs.
Oh my god! I'm sleeping again!
Reaper. No!
Ah! Ah!
Jesus Christ, there's only so many times I can heal you.
No.
Now is none of those times. Damn, I can't believe you killed each other.
Oh my god.
It's coming.
Watching that from the kill cam perspective is kind of funny.
Yeah, I saw it too.
They have a Widowmaker.
Junkrat running out and Reinhardt just flying by.
Start your engines! Oh no, Damien! Oh no! Enemy team! I mean...
Revivifying.
Heroes sometimes die. No!
Heroes.
He's going for me?
My cooldowns. No, I missed the sleep.
No.
I missed probably the most important thing to hit.
No.
Oh, he was nano boosted as well.
Yeah, he was very strong.
Oh, that explains why.
Live, Sophia! Live! Live! Live!
Oh, they have a widow now.
Yeah, they do.
I hit you with a healing bolt.
I knew it was a headshot anyways. I was trying to kill the Reinhardt. He lived with, I think, like 100 HP. I just missed. Woo! In any case, we soon have ultis. Barriers down!
I'm gonna not hit Reinhardt. He's the biggest thing in the world.
Rugo, I'll take you a crow, baby! Oh! Oh my god, I am struggling. I was struggling.
Goddamn.
He alone just did all that. That's unfortunate. He got the Ana
I
boosted.
knew you meant well, but you Junkrat bombed that Reinhardt hammer directly into my face.
That went well, right? I need help.
All according to Keikaku. Alright, where's this Widowmaker? She's just standing still. I just need to hit her.
Well, one healer down.
Heroes never die. Ladies and gentlemen, start your engine.
Oh, dang it!
He flame striked it.
I didn't see the flame strike in time. There's still like a Widowmaker on top. Oh, nice shot. Oh, why
Thank
me?
you.
Why me?
I don't know, just throw bombs.
Nice.
Reaper's behind us.
Watch out, dear.
Oh, I gotta reload.
We still got well over 2 minutes.
He fell off.
Reaper behind us.
He's gonna ult here soon. He's gonna try to ult here, I think, right?
Probably.
On us.
Reaper's asleep and he's staying that way. I'm not gonna wake him up.
He can stay asleep then. He can stay asleep. Enjoy your nap, Reaper.
I just walked up behind him, put the gun against the back of his head, put him to sleep, and walked away.
Yeah, this got it. He was almost dead,
Oh,
and then he
that
got.
was this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you booped him into it. that flame strike went straight in between you two.
That's a skill.
Yeah, that's actually impressive to miss that range while 2 people are knocked down.
Not everybody.
What was that?
Well done.
Oh, he said.
Oh. I prefer medium rare.
I don't eat steak.
Get it?
Yeah, I don't eat beef. Can I have a medium rare chicken?
Ew. Ew. I will say 5v5 does feel a lot funner to play. I don't have to like try as hard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Sophia's carrying us, so.
No.
Yeah, true. See,
with those clutch revives.
Those revives, only the best players can pull off. Honestly.
Oh, tank time. What map are we on? Midtown.
Oh.
Should I play Bastion?
Nice.
Oh, we're defending.
I'm in Josiah.
I actually don't know how well. I want to play Reaper actually.
No, I'll play Hammond.
Hamster ball.
Can't escape
Wait, someone just added me? How do I check friend list in game? Nani?
There is a button that's called social links.
Someone named Tendies just added me? What?
Chicken tendies?
Yeah, that's kind of a pog name. I added them just for the name alone. I don't know who they are.
I don't know this map, so I'm probably gonna get lost a lot.
It's alright.
It's okay, just follow the streets.
What sauce do I like on my tendies? Wait, another friend added me. Papa Jeffrey. What? Who are these? Is it? Oh my god.
Oh.
I'm sorry, team.
They clearly knew where you were.
No.
Yeah, amazing. You came out of it okay.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my god.
Oh, I got slapped.
Hey, I got her.
That's actually
Or not.
crazy.
Oh, that's what happened to Sophia, right? I was like, I'm pretty sure Mercy was healing me a second ago. How did I die?
I have 3 HP. What the fuck? That worked out. Is
I
that
claim
Econated?
to
That might be
rest
Econated, actually.
Hitsu.
You're such a lifesaver, dear. It's a ball! It's a massive ball!
Oh, I couldn't get out.
Ball blew up!
Run!
Abort!
I killed Cassidy. I couldn't get out in time though. You guys are doing pretty well because your tank has spent half the game dead right now.
No, I just died.
You're so crazy. What the fuck?
I'm trying to save her.
I can't believe I made that, Russ.
I killed two. So point should be stoppable.
Almost there. Well, there goes the tank.
Yeah, I was on 200 health.
Oh no, I just.
Oh damn, he died at his back. That's rude. Oh, he got ulted. Well, I'll take that.
I'll go wait for group up.
How do I type to people?
Press enter.
You press enter and then you type.
How do I whisper the person specifically?
Oh, then you tap until you see the whisper.
Barbecue sauce. That may or may not be. Okay, so Papa is Papa. Or as I used to call him, father.
Got you guys.
Or
Sophia,
daddy.
no!
Oh. I got put to sleep!
I saw it in my kill cam, she just left me.
No, she almost did it. The Sophia reses are so troll. I love it.
Oh, it's great.
I'm gonna switch off Hammond now. I'm gonna go Zaya.
Yeah, they switched to Reaper for you specifically.
He got his ult so quick.
He does.
Probably
Get it in
because of the
as
Hammond.
early as 20 shots if he hits space.
Yeah.
Ah!
It may or may not be me. I see.
Alright.
I see.
Let's change this up a little bit.
Eben Staubnicht.
I'm coming to help my team.
Please do.
Ow.
Oh my
Nothing I
god.
could do. I couldn't hit the.
They're getting healed. Oh, Mercy ulted. Mercy
Are we
ulted.
literally spawn trapped? No.
Probably.
A wee bit. A wee bit.
Back with a vengeance.
Oh, of course.
I can neither confirm nor deny. It's them. Wait, I couldn't left shift. Why?
Oh, of course that hit me.
Yeah, it's got a really wide radius.
Oh my god.
He decided not to wait long enough to kill me for some reason.
Okay,
I guess
okay. What do I do?
That's
I
it.
really wanted to
Maybe.
murder a kill.
Go, Hitsu! I believe in you!
He died me! As I died him! But he got ulted by Anna.
They're really coordinated.
Yeah, they were.
Oh, they got the Lubu skin on as well.
That skin looks nice.
It does. I want it. That's how long I lost in trying to stop them.
Yeah, they both had shotguns, so it was just easy for Hammond blow-ups.
Yeah, I should have switched sooner, but when I died there, I was like 80% on ult. I didn't want to get rid of it.
No, I get it.
Plus, I really
That's just how we got his ult back so quickly, though. Is what I meant.
Yeah.
It's just free ult charge.
How many 5-way on the battle pass to the Centurion Faris?
I fucking hate the battle pass so much. I'm not paying for it, but like, I hate it.
I mean, you don't really get much like free content.
No,
You
you
really
really don't. And the free stuff you do get is usually not great.
True.
Wait, Ika Knight, you're telling me you don't like barbecue sauce in your chicken nuggies? What do you like? There's only a few acceptable answers for me, anyways.
Chicken nuggets in your barbecue sauce.
Nani? Honey musty? Honey mustard? Honey mustard's good, actually.
Oh,
Honey mustard's good. That is a good one. You are excused. Alright, I whip out the Hanzo. We'll see how it plays. No,
Sweet and sour is pretty good too.
Sweet and sour I like. I like sweet and sour. I like honey mustard. I like the spicy ones as well.
Yeah,
and barbecue
that's
sauce.
good. Yeah.
But that's like the only ones I like. Wait, can I actually game? Yeah, someone do it. Exclamation hick with 2 C's. H-I-C-C.
Huh?
We got another Sophia hick.
Wait. I got it. Gotta stop. Gotta stop for it.
It's
Worth it.
Team Ninjas.
Oh wait, we have 3 ninjas.
Oh dear. Now that's what I like to see.
Oh my god, they're zooming.
Oh, they have a roadhog.
Hey, you mean free ult charge?
Chase him down. Chase him down.
Oh! There's a Lucio! There's a Sombra! There's everyone!
Oh, behind us.
Oh, you dashed away from me right as I threw my thing.
Oh.
Still, you damn cyborg ninja. That's the whole point of your character, but Jesus Christ is annoying.
Just aim, silly.
Roadhog.
Oh, there's one person in the corner. Did he hook yet?
Yeah, he did. He missed me.
Rugawa, take your crow! I'm not sure if that was unnecessary ult, but I did it anyways.
Well, as it didn't kill anyone, I'd say so.
Upstairs.
Zoning ult.
Zoning ult. I've used that one on the so much.
Oh fuck. Oh, I couldn't kill him. Be careful. You guys, yeah.
Oh, everybody dead.
No, the walls came up right as I tried to heal you.
I was missing shots there. If I didn't miss, I would have been fine.
I mean, same. I should probably.
Oh no, I'm alone.
Dash to me.
I got Roadhog down to like under half health before he finally managed to kill me. I've got my ult now. Let me know. Oh, actually.
No, there's a Sombra!
Oh, you changed it to free. Cassidy.
Ow! I got her. I got her. Thank you for letting me know. There's a Sombra close by. I got him too. I got him too. Don't worry, you're safe, boo. I protect you.
No, don't throw me.
Got him.
Oh, we're safe. We're safe. We're safe. We're safe. We're safe.
We are.
I definitely panicked. They're going up top, I think.
Yeah, they're all.
Oh god, I'm gonna die here. I got
bursted.
bursted.
To come off at that moment.
Oh my god, Sophie, you're crazy!
Someone came up behind us, killed by
No,
heels.
got her.
Oh my god.
What is that Sombra's aim? Incredibly shaky.
You smell? What do you mean I smell?
No.
I don't smell Aeon.
God damn it.
I mean, I kind of do. I didn't shower yet today. But it's Saturday.
I haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, how have you been, Aeon? Long time no see. I smell all the way over here? Nah, that's not true. Don't be silly.
I just want to go in, I'll throw down Kitsune Rush.
I have my ult in 3%.
I have ult.
I have ult too, but.
Alright, Kitsune Rush going to throw down the middle.
Oh, well, I just.
Oh, she juked.
Oh, thank you, Sophia.
I got you.
I couldn't hit her. Taking life easy and chill. How about you? I'm doing pretty good. I'm playing Sophia, so we're getting some good times. Oh god.
Oh,
yeah.
dang it.
Damn.
Damn.
Well,
they came clutch
at least I
there.
was able to waste my charge now. So play some.
Okay, let me see. Sombra likes pushing us, right?
Roadhog's healing.
I don't know where they went.
Oh, yeah. Ah, full team swap. Almost.
No!
Sombra's down. He's got the point.
Ugh. I got blown up.
No!
No!
I'm on it!
Wait, what?
Oh.
I don't smell.
Not on it.
Yeah, it must have ticked right as I stepped on.
Nah. Overwatch bug. Overwatch bug. Overwatch bad game. Booyah. I think I have emotes on this one, right? Sorry.
Let's make a drum circle.
A mother's work is never done.
Coming.
Wait, what map is this?
The same map still, just
It's the
different.
one with the giant bell in the middle.
I'm learning more Norwegian, Aeon. I'm getting better. Soon I'll be Nihongo master. Or not Nihongo master, Norwegian master. Oh my god. How am I not hitting these? I'm so bad.
Fucking Sombra.
What?
Oh.
Yep, she's behind me.
Jesus.
I'm dead. Oh, I didn't see Roadhog use it. Took so goddamn long.
Oh, nice dash.
It'll work anyway. I'm alive. Roadhog can't heal. Roadhog can't heal. There we go. I think people. Ah!
She's standing still, but I can't hit her. My brain can't process people not moving.
Sombra.
You've got that diamond mindset where you're expecting people to do their little wiggle.
Yeah. Roadhog's behind us over here. I don't have a ping.
Yeah, he is.
There he is.
Don't know what he's doing.
Try and get a hook. Cheeky hook on someone. Just be careful.
He's asleep.
He's just walking straight. Juke me.
Soldier behind us.
He got me. He got me with the hook.
Ah!
Killed the Moira. Roadhog can't heal anymore.
Yep, got him.
Yeah, I got him right as he started to drink.
I'm ulting onto point randomly. Where you're standing, ish.
Someone's on the point. Someone's on the point.
Damn it.
No.
They juked it completely.
Oh.
I swear sometimes he doesn't walk straight, but other times he does.
Those are the two options.
It's like he's like not a robot.
No, but he moves so weird. Like there, he wasn't walking straight at all.
Oh.
Ow.
Are you ready to go nuts, Ernie?
I got chased.
Done.
I got chased by the.
Roadhog ulted.
Ouch.
Eat this. And this.
Roadhog.
And this.
Gotcha,
Oh, fine.
bitch. No, wait.
Kill him
never
all.
mind. I think
We got him.
I guess that works.
Alright, we got Sophia ult and we got Reinhardt ult.
There's a Moira.
Bum 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 bum. Right, we see Rhodey. Rhodey's walking up here.
Just a heads up, Sombra turrets will lock on, or Symmetra turrets will lock
Hold on,
onto
to the left.
Sombra when she's trying to hack,
Oh dear.
even while she's invisible.
Fuck.
No!
No! That ultimate was too much for me, and mine wasn't back yet.
Ah, I got hooked.
Well, we've got 4 ults.
We got
They've
4
just
ults
used
though.
all of theirs, so
Yeah.
I'll just wait for you guys.
I was just stacking ult off of Roadhog there.
That's why I don't like playing Roadhog when the enemy team is like, I know they're better than me at aiming, because they're just gonna get a load of free ult charge.
Oh! Yeah, it isn't. Wait, let me just zoom in out all directions to see.
Rugawa take your crown. Come to me, dear, come to me. Oh, you killed her though. Oh, you killed her though. You're aimbotting. Hacker.
Being shot by.
The Moira orb.
Hold on.
Hey!
Doko. Oh, she can TP invisible?
What
That's
was that?
crazy. Sombra can TP invisible.
Yeah, she can hack you and stay invisible.
That's so good.
Yeah. If she tries hacking their,
Anna, what has been going on in Egypt? It sounds serious.
Just a few.
Also, I'll take a shower later, Aeon.
Nothing to worry.
I swear.
I
I don't want to be stinky either.
Sure, it's Anna.
But I trust you are doing what is right.
She's just old, okay? Or no, in this one she's young. That doesn't work.
I say, yeah.
All right.
Exclamation hick.
Forgot you can do that.
Twice.
Someone, exclamation hick. They're running to the side. They're running to the left side.
Yeah, someone's going from left. Oh, there are already people there. Like 3 people.
Push him! Try again another day. No, you're not. Heroes never die. On Saturdays. He's gonna boom bomb me. Wait, she actually got on point. She's gonna die, you think? I wanted to continue. I wanted to melee her so badly. Sophia, you're crazy.
The arrow turns to the quiver.
Thank you, Sunny, for the hick. I'll wait for you, Sophia. You can fly to me.
I'll find that move.
Hey, boo. I'm behind you guys.
No, stop running away from me right now.
Oh.
I was trying to heal you. Every time I tried, you kept running around these corners.
Thank you, Sophia.
Sorry. I didn't mean to make the sounds. Sorry. That's so cringe.
Oh dear. 2 people in that room.
Did I get you? Commendable attempt, Sophia, said Ikanaida.
Above us. Why am I being knocked around so much? Jesus Christ. Oh, Junkrat.
Hey, boo.
I slept Junkrat. I died.
Oh my god.
No.
I'm trapped.
No, I got knocked. There are still like beams on the points. So.
He's so low.
Got this.
Take your time.
Junkrat ult. Probably coming from above. Oh,
he's too late anyways. I get Rickner.
Nice.
Well done.
Whew, nice aim. See? I told you, Sophia. I told you they would call you aimbot.
That's not me.
Yes, it is.
He just walked straight back into your aim again.
I was waiting for it. Sometimes you just gotta let people do the aiming for you, you know?
Yeah.
Oh my god, is there a Hitsu sounds now? What sounds did I make? I'm not sure. Sorry. I didn't mean to make the sounds.
Thank you, Sophia.
You could probably make an entire compilation of just noises you've made while playing games.
It's nothing compared to a soft sound, though.
Oh, absolutely.
Soft sounds are amazing.
But see, that's what we do. We make a 4-minute compilation of you making noises in streams, and then we do a 1-minute soft sounds compilation as like a palate cleanser.
A palate cleanser? That's one way to say that. How do I search for, like, something while you wait? There it is. Oh, we found that thing. Sorry. I was gonna put you guys in something to do instead of just sitting there. So what is Cassidy's, like, actual name? Is it Jesse? Is it McCree? Is it Cassidy?
It's Cassidy now, because the original person he was named after did bad things.
But yeah, isn't McCree still a part of his name? Like, full name?
No, his name now is just Cassidy in all records.
Okay.
Stay in sight, and I'll keep you safe.
Because that's what I was curious about. Because, like, I wasn't sure if it was McCree was like a nickname or if it was like actual name, and they're like, Cassidy's his actual name, or something like that. His name is Cole Cassidy.
Ah, okay.
Okay, that makes sense. So McCrew is just a nickname then, whatever the fuck that means. I'm not sure what it would mean anyways.
Well, Jesse McCrew was his original name. He was named after the one of the higher ups at Blizzard. The real world person did something bad, and they had to take his name.
Yeah. Get fucked, nerd.
That's what you get for being bad. Oh.
Damn.
Sophia!
Genji behind us.
Where Ganji? I smell stinky.
Ganji.
Oh, I can't hit for the life of me.
I can't hit him either.
Well, at least I got the healer.
Alright, we got him.
Yeah, they got the healer.
The very crazy one.
No,
Oh
I
my
hit her
God.
right as a bubble
She does. She's so charged. Yeah, I know the real life dude was honestly a fucking shithead scumbag. That makes a lot of sense to me. Alright.
I got my ult.
Yeah, there's Honor up there. I wonder where they were getting healed from.
I'm going to get Tovnestein. Oh, I got
No!
bamboozled.
Got the Zaya.
Alright, we're good though. That means we have point. Yeah.
Hey, we survived.
Oh, dang it.
So basically his name was completely changed. Completely. It wasn't like a nickname thing. It was like, fuck it. He had a name change.
Yeah.
Oh my
nice.
God. I got fucking murked though by Ganji.
God damn it. Ugh.
Behind us.
Yeah, they're behind you guys.
I'm getting him.
That makes sense.
Thank you.
Woo! Sophia OP. I'm coming, guys!
No!
Rujin no Keno crying!
No!
No!
I mean, the good thing is, we got the point. So that was kind of a waste of an ult.
Do to me. I hit like.
Yeah, but we got a really.
He gets a refresh on his dash and he kills somebody.
Yeah, but he was doing like 2 melee attacks in like 1/10 the time you could actually do the melee attacks.
Oh, you can anime cancel him. Animation cancel him. He's really OP.
Anime cancel. Cancel anime. Anime is gone.
You think I care about you, Ganji? I got my priorities.
Got him.
Well done.
I love Arissa's new ult. It's so good.
It's amazing.
Oh, no. Moira Ball.
I actually love her whole kit.
I love the fact that reworked her.
I died.
The only reason I would ever play Orisa in Overwatch 1 was because someone had chosen Bastion already and I wanted to use a minigun.
We're in this together. All of us.
Oh no.
Oh my God, there was a lot of booms.
Not the fun. Oh, you're so good, Sophia.
You just say not the fun kind.
Yes.
Ah!
Oh my God.
I can't hit that Genji.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, he annoying. He annoying.
He moves too much.
それでも君を愛すよ何の金銭にしても
Oh.
Ow!
No problem with Orisa. Her gun does literally no damage once you get any kind of range. I lost so much health to Bastion before I could even get up that cliff.
I saw that, Sophia.
We Stark.
Jesus Christ.
Well, if that's the case.
Might have to adjust
Switch
my
out.
approach.
Can't hit anything anyway.
I ain't losing so much HP.
Wow, how did he still kill me?
3 people
Damn.
in that tight corridor, and he killed all 3
Oh,
of me.
okay.
He just gets resets though when he dashes.
I think that it's only when he has an ultimate. I thought.
No,
No,
he
it's
gets
any
reset
kill,
regardless.
any kill.
Oh, I see.
So he can dash infinitely if he gets a kill, basically.
My problem is the people on the cliff. They do too much damage to me before I can get up there.
He knows how to combo or Genji, so I want to die here. Genji's trying to find me.
That feels much better.
No!
There he goes, that Genji.
This ends now.
Yeah, it's go time.
Calculated.
Get fucked!
Go on.
Yeah, Moira! I'm coming for you, Moira!
Got it.
Oh, that'll do. Stairs.
Nerds! Nerds! Woohoo!
Pushing the vehicle.
Are you the only one pushing the vehicle? Here we go.
No, Sophia is as well.
Okay.
Well, we got the checkpoint.
Yeah, we got the checkpoint, so we can die now. We can die and reset. Yeah, it's kills or assist, someone said. So it doesn't have to be a kill either. It's gonna get a big nerf soon, though.
I just put my barrier up.
Heroes always die!
Think I'd ever let
Well done.
you down?
Evil mercy be like. What's the one the witch says? My minions never die.
Yeah, something like that. Oh, should have used the teleport.
Oh, I was just waiting for Anna to peek. Unlucky.
No!
Come on, Vivian. Get yourself.
He didn't die from that?
He did not. Ah, he got the shield.
He used his deflection, took no damage off my ult. Can he do that?
This ends now.
I don't think it works like that, but maybe he can.
He might have got a Zaya bubble at like the last possible second.
1 HP. Thank you, boo. All right, stagger. Don't kill her right away.
Right, 300 points so it moves faster. Where am I being hit from? Oh, it's the Moira bubble. That's like...
Eat that, Bastion.
Ah!
Oh my god, I hit him at the end of his dash. I was aiming for Zaya.
Guess that worked.
We got her.
Well done. Or, oh, not quite yet.
Nah, it's over. It ends now.
Almost there.
You just need him to dash slightly too far away from it once. Kill the Genji! Anyway.
Kill everyone but the Genji. Now we kill the Genji.
Nice. Good job.
My servants never die, is what she says? Ah.
Yeah.
Oops, not my minions, my servants.
Oh, servants, right.
Yeah.
Oh, and of course he's got the cyber skin already.
This guy bought the battle pass.
Nerd.
But no, he knows. You can see, like, it's just, it's free, especially if you get Anna.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing.
Yeah. That's fair.
But we were better anyways because we won, and teamwork is what matters. Hey.
Don't remember what the guy's name was. Oh, it's the Bobby Metal guy, wasn't it?
We can look in social.
Yeah, it was Bobby Meme Lol. Bobby Meme Lol. Yeah, he has meme in his name. He was gonna be a Genji main from the start.
He's only played 13 hours of Genji.
That's cap.
I mean, might as well be a newly bought account, quote unquote.
That's very possible. But he bought the battle pass on a newly bought account. Kind of crazy. Sophia, this is deathmatch. Oh, you lived?
Of course I live.
Forgot you didn't realize you were playing Kiriko.
Oh, damn you. I was too focused on the diva, I didn't see you.
Whoa! What?
Too strong.
I did not eat. Wow. Okay.
Sophia's running around as Mercy. That's so cute. I love her.
What do you mean?
It's deathmatch, but you're Mercy playing. Who haven't I not played yet?
I'm diddly as fuck.
Yeah.
Aston. Who haven't I played yet picks a character he's played.
I'm playing Torb.
Yes, yes,
Let's
yes.
flip a coin. Heads, I tell you,
Peel
tails, we
me.
go out on a date.
Oh god.
Hello. Thank you so much for the raid there, Jack. Oh god, you're getting peed on. Oh my god. Oh my god. The clip it shows. Thank you so much for the raid, Jack. Also, hey Rob, hey Sunny, what are you guys up to? How was your stream?
So much pee.
Jesus.
That is a lot of pee. I'm not sure if Torbjorn is viable on this map.
Torbjorn is absolutely viable on this map.
Alright, I have full
Gotta
faith.
pick your, he works very well as an anti-ganker.
He's viable everywhere. He's
Fair
tiny.
enough. That's so much pee! Are you just standing there? Oh.
Got you.
Oh, it's finished.
Oh,
he messed up.
Behind.
He died. He died. I'm in danger. I'm hopping around. I don't see anything.
Go, Sophia.
Oh, Sophia! I looked away.
Everything.
Yeah, Reaper. Yeah. You want to play this game, Reaper? I'll show you. Yeah.
Stuck him with a grenade.
You did.
Around the corner.
Ah!
Oh! I thought that there was an objective to contest. So I was standing there at a wall.
It's like
waiting
the
for it to
robot.
move.
Oh, you thought the wall did it?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
The stream we
it's
learned
the robot.
Jack had a pee fetish. Oh my god.
Don't die, Sophia.
Sunny,
Don't
Jack.
die.
How was your stream, Jack? I didn't know you were streaming today. I was lurking, at least, but I'm probably gonna watch the stream later. Oh my god.
Unless the healer dies.
Danger!
Oh, Hitsuga was still alive. Should have turned around and teleported away.
Oh, he got protected. He got protected by Kiriko. I do not. Okay. This ends now. Oh, they have a sojourn.
This behind us.
They're playing a meta comp. Oh my god. There's a soldier behind you.
Yeah, Sojourn got me. I was mid-ult, I couldn't see it coming.
Don't die, Hitsu. Almost there.
Get played, nerd. I love you, boo.
I mean, where's the robot? Oh,
molten core, baby! I don't see anything.
Help! Mark keep pushing me around. He's really trying to push me out.
Push the robot.
It's an out.
I got sniped. It's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna play Sombra now. I've never played Sombra. At least you saw some yesterday. I missed all the fireworks outside though.
Wow.
Fireworks.
For all of Sojourn's fancy slide
How are the
jump shot
fireworks?
railguns.
My legs kill
I
it
just
for
proceeded
hours
to
of
right click
VR.
till she died.
You're doing wonderful. Wonderful.
Oh, I did it. I did the thing that Sombras do.
Oh, I missed. Ah.
Oh, hello.
Need it for extra healing.
I honestly have no idea how to play. I don't know why I'm playing Sombra. All I know is she does damage and she's nimble, but that's about it.
In perfection, we build a new world.
Oh, Reaper, no!
How do I do this ult thingy?
I saw him coming, but
Oh, I couldn't kill any of them. Why? I have so many bullets.
oh yeah, like for like these kind of comms, you more or less have to go for the Kiriko.
The Kiriko busted.
She heals so much.
Unfortunately, there was a giant monkey in the way.
It's also her invulnerability that's really busted. All right, I don't think this character
No.
is it either.
Sophia, no.
No path is completely certain.
I don't play Widowmaker enough, actually.
I aim to devastate. This ends now.
Got you, damn it.
Soldier's up top trying to shoot you guys.
Fucking monkey bubble!
Ah!
Lucio got saved on like 1 health by the monkey bubble.
God.
God, I hate Winston in this game.
I've been waiting for a challenge.
Oh shit.
I just gotta hit the headshot, right? That's all I gotta do. Gotta hit the headshot, right?
Yep.
Which I haven't done yet.
Oh, I've done one.
I haven't. Oh my god, he was just standing there.
Sophia, no!
Heroes never die, run, boo!
It's a Reaper.
Oh my god, he TP'd on me. Okay. I can't play Widowmaker. I can't play. Oh, you're reviving me! Alright, I guess I'm playing Widowmaker! Fuck you!
No!
I can never kill Winston. Every time he gets relatively close, he just instantly 180s and leaps away from me.
He's the good counter against you, actually. Yeah.
Go Hitsu. One-man army.
One man armor. I'm not even hitting shots right now.
I got a BRB.
Alright.
Make sure you cancel the queue this time.
Properly? Yeah, I'll cancel the queue. I'm so sorry. Unless you guys wanted to try the Big Daddy thing. Big Daddy mode.
Like the one with the many characters.
And the big boss.
I mean, I don't mind. It looked funny.
Wait, what's this?
Let me cancel that. It's a custom game thing. I think it's this one. Cards Against Humanity. How do you play Cards Against Humanity in Overwatch? What?
Maybe we should find out. That sounds like fun.
That sounds kind of crazy. Wait, is this it? Oh, it is it.
What is that?
Wait.
We have to kill the big boss.
Oh.
This is a... Why is it this map, though? I guess it's random maps.
I feel Sigma.
Don't know how to play Sigma.
He spawned all the way... This is...
Fire
oh, the boss is so far away.
I know. What the fuck?
No, Sophia, don't die!
Protect Sophia!
I'm protecting Sophia.
Oh, we can do this.
Jesus.
That does no damage. I'm just focusing on him.
Oh!
I'm gonna focus on him and then kick him out.
He just looked to be so far away, but he's actually huge.
I'm kicking him! I'm kicking him!
Kick him!
By kicking him, I will make him... No, Sophia! How dare you? Where is he spawning? He's over there. Bob, do something! So the idea is we just try to kill them, and they need to get 100 kills. As a team, we need to get 10 kills.
So many Bobs! Oh, this map is really like screwing with my the perception.
Everyone became Widow and she just insta died. That's funny.
What is this?
This is the Big Daddy mode.
Big Daddy?
Or the 1v12 boss mode. Oh.
What is this map?
It's a custom map. I was expecting a regular map, but it's a custom map, which kind of works out for us right now because we're Widow. No one can hide from my... It's Hanzo! He's fucked!
Ah, no!
Good thing I can dash out.
No one can hide from
Burst him! Burst him before he... Oh, this works too!
Oh, this is perfect.
God, the Moiras!
Get fucked!
Oh, dear!
You have really low cooldowns.
Look at all the balls!
No, I'm gonna heal. I'm gonna throw my healing ball.
Where'd he go?
It's
He's over here. Oh wait, that one actually hurts. Watch out for the thingies. Someone walked right into it. There's so many balls. This is so unfair for him, actually. I remember the Junkrat one. The Junkrat one was really crazy.
Oh, yeah.
This looks harrowing.
He gave up. Oh no. He just stood there for a second.
Huh?
Remember, if you want to play the boss guys, hold F and you get put on the priority list.
I'm flying up. I'm not touching the ground.
Remember, guys, use your E. It does double damage if he's below half health.
What the heck is going on? We're bullying a big boss enemy. Oh, she's zooming. She's scared.
Oh, is that Tracer?
Yeah, she's
Oh, we're
scared.
never gonna reach them. They've got their ability on like a 0.1 second cooldown.
As long as we spam the bombs, maybe eventually we'll just blow her up.
Oh no, we can become her if we get close enough. Echo ult.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, perfect.
Come on. Come on.
She's so far away.
She's so fast. Oh, someone's getting melted. Oh.
I don't even think I've done a hit before.
I've gotten some hits.
He changes
Not
in
much.
14 seconds.
I'm here.
Is this map endless?
Yeah, it is. It infinitely loops.
I'm flying to the sky, baby.
No.
Here they come.
Guys, bash
Someone
on a
blew
1
up.
second cooldown.
Dash forward. Susume.
No!
Oh my god.
Oh,
Four
that
of us
was-
stood.
That was awful. Oh,
Oh fuck, we're so far.
that's so far away.
God, we need her to not be Tracer anymore.
You get more distance if you jump.
Oh really? Oh, you do. Good call, good call, good call. I'm trying to cut her off.
I'm not even close enough to even heal anybody.
Not close enough to hit her with a melee attack. I spawned like 5,000 meters away.
No, I just reached it. I just reached.
Rally to me! Oh, this works. This works. This
Oh,
works. This
dear.
works.
This works.
Oh, this is awful.
Let's go. We need one more. She's on the other side. Keep dashing.
No.
I'm not touching the ground.
Oh yeah. That's even better.
Just don't stop letting go of shift.
Where is she? I only see monkeys.
I don't see anything.
Oh god, guys, I'll.
Chase her down.
That's sweet.
This is like some sort of bullying. Alright, we're changing now. Who are we now? Okay, okay, okay. If I just get the high ground, she won't win. Can her ball even reach this high?
Teleport's on like a 0.1 second cooldown.
Yeah, just gotta shoot somewhere where she might be in the end.
Oh, we got her.
Oh boy.
Glad that we didn't all decide to spam E on her at the same time. She would have gone flying that end screen.
So
oh my god.
Very cool people. Also, yeah, normally it's a map. You guys want to do one more of this?
Oh,
now that it's a
wait.
proper map?
Wait.
Yeah, sure.
I'm the boss, guys!
Alright, this is gonna be easy then.
Where are you?
You'll get Zaya.
What a start.
Paused? Who paused it?
You can
Oh,
actually
me.
pause.
Oh, starting. Be starting.
Low cooldowns. It's over for you. Omae wa mou shinderu.
Yeah, this is kind of bullshit. I'm gonna hide. Screw you guys.
Go team.
I'm trying to target you guys specifically, but I literally can't see you guys.
We're so good. We're so good.
I managed to see people. Oh, you guys are fucked now.
How are we fucked? I want to know.
Nah. I died. I can't move.
No! You're not
Oh,
transforming.
get
You're never going anywhere.
Oh dear.
Oh my god!
Oh, that was painful.
Okay, that hurt. He just got like 12 kills there almost.
Where's Sophia?
No, run Sophia. Alright, we got him.
Damn, you have no idea how hard this is. Wait. Oh my god.
30 seconds.
Where are you?
Come at me, boys. Go.
On my way. I also want to use my EAP.
Oh my god. Oh damn, headshot you.
Ah, that's fine.
I can't do anything. Oh my god, I'm gonna hide.
What are you talking about?
No.
Wait, what is this? You slow down time? What?
Oh, that's.
Oh, now we're Hanzo? This is kind of bad for us, isn't he?
Can you still see us? Like, or?
Yeah, I can, but it's also really hard for me to aim.
It's slow-mo for you, though. Oh. You can slow down time with ultimate ability. That makes sense. So you can, like, take your time with the shots, basically. I guess so can we, but... You have so many arrows in your body.
I feel it. Jesus.
Ryugawa Tekio
nice.
Kurao.
Oh, Jesus, the dragons.
Oh, you're.
Not me.
No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Yeah, I figured that it would hurt.
Yeah, come here. Come here, buddy.
Yeah.
Come here. Keep rolling. We dare you to.
No, 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 no. No!
You're all hiding out here like little bitches. I'll get you too.
That's a great cat and mouse play.
Get wrecked.
Oh. Oh my god.
I died you. I felt good. Meteor strike. Oh god.
No! No!
Yeah, you thought you were clever.
Where did you go? Oh.
I have not played Doomfist.
Everyone should just die.
Jesus. Who am I now?
So chaotic.
Oh, okay.
We're Sojourn. Hola.
Two people just jumped off.
Oh my god. I want to hit one of you directly in the face with my spear.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it.
Oh my. We died together, boo.
Oh, I got it to the face. But it is.
We got this team. Mary, Ernie, Sophia. We'll make it out, I swear. As I die again.
No, why did I do this? It's go time.
It's going.
Now. This ends now. Damn you mice are annoying.
Oh my god. Mary got him. Let's go. Who's the last person? Oh, we're monkeys now.
Oh. Come here.
Apagandos las luces. Apagandos las luces. I totally speak Spanish.
Where are you even? I can't, for the life of me, I can't see you.
This is horrifying. You guys are so
Welcome to the zoo. You John the Royan gorilla cage.
Holy shit.
Damn, Harambe's family really out for revenge. No!
Oh boy. Oh, no, dear.
It worked.
Oh, that was me.
I'm coming.
Yeah, how about you guys not be monkeys anymore? How about that?
How about this?
How about this?
This is not better.
Spin to win.
Oh my god, this is horrifying.
It's so troll.
Come on, please make our last character like Junkrat or something. Holy fuck.
You're falling off slowly. You almost fell off.
See, I'm laughing too much. Chris, Sophia, I don't even know how to play Hammond.
Oh no, you bullied Sophia. How dare you?
I don't feel that bad about it. Not gonna lie. Alright, you guys know what? Screw your minds.
Of course.
Where'd he go? I lost him. Oh, there he is. Enjoy my minefields.
Jesus.
It's in the top. It's in the top. You see the red HP thing.
Oh, that's this one, huh?
Yeah. We killed him at the very end, and we're all Zenyatta.
Wait.
Oh, that's awful. Like, Jericho.
I'm Jericho. No.
Wait, someone needs a healing ball from me.
I'll heal. I'll heal the next person in line.
You're all organizing against me.
Kick him! Kick him! Kick him! Kick him! Kick him!
I'm coming for you. No.
You guys just forget what my ult does. I can't hit you. You're so small and so fast.
You sure you could probably just like does an insta headshot?
Experience tranquility, friends. Oh, I got headshot.
Hey, damn right. Nah, I'm not winning this. This is fun though. This is really fun.
No!
Wait, Sophia, did you just walk off? I'm coming! Alright, that was fun.
I'm sad it doesn't have a play of the game because rolling in as hammered and killing like 8 of you with a single slam was really
Did
funny.
any of us get boss? Did any of us boss?
I don't think so.
Alright. Then I'm gonna pull us out now. It's only that guy, you know? Unless you guys want to keep going. I'll let you guys decide. Damn, you guys are focused. Oh god, that hurts.
Can you not stand up there? Wow.
This guy's aimbotting. Oh, I got
Not
him.
really. It's just like everybody is getting baited into a small corridor.
Yeah.
Because with Zenyatta, we actually have quite a wide hitbox to his shotgun, so it will just absolutely destroy us.
Oh, he left.
Oh, Dad left.
50% chance to be boss.
Remember to hold F to be boss.
Yeah.
Oh, we
Oh,
got
yeah.
tiny divas.
Mini divas.
Did any of us become boss? None of us are. It's only Torbjorn.
Oh, I love this chipmunk voice.
Was he meleeing us because we were blocking all of his stuff?
Oh, he's gonna have to keep killing us twice, isn't he?
He is.
How fast do we build ult charge? Oh god, it's like 5 bullets.
Oh yeah, that's. Oh well.
Core is molten. Where'd he go?
Oh,
molten core, back to him.
No.
I like how we drop full-size turrets.
He's meleeing me.
I'm coming. I tried to go through the fire. Did not work. Don't go
Okay,
through
everyone, pull out your hammers and just go to town on this guy's kneecaps.
How do you pull a hammer? Oh, it's one? Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, two. Sorry.
Or up on the scroll wheel.
Alright,
It's
let's go.
Zaya! Break her kneecaps!
No!
Damn it.
Oh, wait, she's gonna be supercharged.
Oh, yeah, she's gonna be hard to kill. See, these are the kind of characters I wish I got.
I can't even see her.
I can't either.
Oh my god.
Oh, everybody's dying.
I cannot break those kneecaps. That much is for sure. I can't get up here. Sophia, look behind you.
Huh?
I can't get up. I'm too short. I'm tall enough.
Wait, we're mini Reinhardts.
Oh my god, they're all so tiny.
Can we dash?
Yeah, we can dash.
Dash, I
Oh, we perma-stun her. We perma-stun her. You can't go back to base, silly. Go!
really quickly with this.
I'm hammering down on her.
I can't see anything. All I see is Reinhardt. Wood.
Zoom. I'm gonna grab this real quick. There we go. Now I go again.
I have my ultimate.
No, I can't jump off, I'm too small.
No, too small. I did a hammer down. Inside.
Trapper! Throw traps everywhere!
Oh, I died. Horribly.
Wait, guys, trying to bomb her off the cliff.
That's what I want to do.
He seems to take less knockback.
Yeah, and she deals an insane amount of damage still.
Yeah, and because she's got that auto lock on because she's Moira.
I'm scared.
Oh, somebody already has their ultimate.
I almost do. Not yet though.
That's it, I've got mine.
I have mine now. Alright.
She's almost dead.
Is she?
Yeah.
Oh. Get off the wall.
Well, that's
we
Sophia.
go other side. Sophia's OP!
Woo.
Come on!
No, I can't make it.
No!
Oh, it disappeared.
Oh, we're
Mini
fucked.
bombs.
We're fucked.
Oh, is that Symmetra?
Yeah, it's Semestra.
Can you even kill these?
You
Yeah.
can, but
Oh,
they're
it
very
takes so
tanky.
long.
They're very tanky. Oh god, she gets her ult. Like, she counters
Yeah,
us.
this is ass. This is one character who should not be bossable.
Doing.
Bob, do something!
God, it takes more than 24 shots to kill the turret. Actually, that turret just doesn't die. Holy crap.
Oh, she's standing behind the wall. Oh, we changed her soon. We changed her soon. Hopefully it's something nice. Oh, I died. Oh, I didn't die! I'm Widowmaker's worse!
Yeah, this
It's
is
actually-
arguably a downgrade.
Wait.
It's hers. Oh, we got her! Okay.
Thank goodness.
Well, that was
I'm so
kind of
glad-
chaotic.
So glad she's dead.
She's a diva now, though.
Oh, that's... Wait, do we have to kill Diva and kill the mini Diva?
Yeah, we do.
Probably.
Or what if she gets ult back again?
That is the struggle.
Ah! I was stuck between a tree and a rock.
Why is she bombing the whole she is?
All of us are... She can't hide from our sights. That much is for sure. Oh, this kind of works. This kind of works. This is really abusive.
Oh,
You're powered up. I got you,
Oh,
Ernie.
I'm powered up. Oh, let me power up somebody else.
There you go, Sophia, you're powered up.
Huh?
I powered you up.
No.
Don't let her get Mank.
Got her.
We run fast to the other side. Who knew 10 Annas would be the best defense against
funny.
a diva?
That was so ass. Holy hell.
That's so mean.
That's Sombra.
Oh,
Where'd she go? She zoomed. We gotta run to her. We gotta dash at her. Yes,
That's her.
someone got her. Someone got her.
Sleep. We're Baptiste now.
We're invulnerable.
We can't die.
Heroes never die.
Oh.
Okay, as much as I complained about the Sombra or the Symmetra, this has been an ass couple of ones for him.
Lou Simon's the real winner.
oh apparently rapid fire with primary fire while using.
Oh wait, we're
dear.
fucked. She's up top. She's up top.
Oh, it's a Pharah?
Yeah, she's flying.
Oh, that sucks.
Guys, I have this. Whew.
Actually,
Fuck
when she
her up.
stops moving to ult, she takes a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Make sure you throw your immortality field somewhere where she can't just immediately hit them.
We got her.
We got her and I died in the end.
Who is that? Is that Brigitte? It is. Yes.
Let's go.
Monkeys.
Don't stop jumping.
Just pin her in the corner with jumps.
Did she fall off?
No.
No.
How much fall off?
I reckon we can knock her off really easy though when we get ult.
Probably. Oh, he needs 10 kills. Oh, this is getting really
dear.
close.
Yeah, I reckon they're winning this one, but I'm gonna put up a damn good fight.
We need 2 more kills. We need 2 more kills.
I mean, she really heals her, so...
She's gone. She's gone. She's gone.
No.
We got her. We got her. We got her.
Not quite. Yes. Now she's gone.
Nice.
Run over.
Right, everyone quick.
Fly over. It's Diva. No, it's not. It's Junker Queen. Oh, we're Symmetra? Throw it everywhere! Throw it everywhere!
Damage up.
This is so not cool.
Bro, the turrets everywhere.
Oh. This looks like it's. This looks so toxic, actually. How low is she? She's 88. Oh my god, she's barely any.
Yeah, she's not dying at all.
Oh, 80. No, she's going down pretty quickly. We can't die anymore. We can't die anymore. Oh, someone died.
Her ult instantly kills us.
That's unfortunate. all the mini turrets were so crazy. All right, I'll
we'll
pull us
we'll
up.
see if it's one of you guys. If not, probably back out.
Anyone? Everything's all of us.
It's Roadhog Daddy.
Nope. Never again. I hated that. Oh, Sophia Hick.
I'd want to Hick.
Thank you for playing for me, by the way, guys. It's a lot of fun.
Thank you for inviting me.
Ah.
I hope you guys are having fun too.
Oh, actually, what's up?
Oh, it's a blast.
Wait, Rosemary, see that emote? That's so troll. The Omega lol. Oh, look at this nerd. Hey, Sierra. Did you just wake up? Junker King's the real raid boss? Hell yeah, it is.
Is all I have left. You can't hide.
You okay?
Yeah, I stepped onto a green thing and suddenly I just...
Oh, wait, did you fly up with me?
Eh. Who's shooting me?
No!
A bad person.
It was so close. It was almost a headshot.
I was just bouncing on one of the green pads with an arrow drawn as Hanzo, waiting for something to come by.
Just woke up. You're about to go back to work in 2 hours, but it's overtime, so it's double pay. That's not bad. That's nice.
Double pay is good.
Double pay is the best.
One of these days, Sophia, I'm gonna screw you over and just quick choose Mercy. Be like, force you to play a new support.
You can you pull off the crazy Mercy reses?
I'm pretty sure you would love Kiriko, Sophia, because she also just holds the left mouse button to heal.
It would also be nothing but a downside because I am absolutely atrocious at Mercy. That's such a good Moira.
Oh wait, I can also do that. I think. Not with every hero though. Shit.
So I got my trip Wednesday. I'll be forever sleepy till then, but it'll be worth it. I hope your trip goes well. That sounds really nice. I need to go on a trip.
Even though it's...
They have a Widowmaker!
Oh,
no longer!
Widowmaker!
They had a Widowmaker that they lost again. Alright.
I was fighting,
Yep.
We just hop up. We just hop on here. Don't let them cap. Don't let them cap.
Ouch. It can only be Sophia.
Sophia with the res.
Wait, there's someone else on point?
There was the monkey earlier.
God, I love playing Bastion on this map.
That was not a headshot.
I got you. No, never mind. Too many people.
They're all coming. They're all zooming.
They're all coming. Help.
Oh no, Sophia got sniped. How dare they?
I suddenly went from no one in the point to everybody in the point in like a second.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
I can't hit anybody!
Ow, you have shotguns.
Is everyone dead?
Yeah, we're dead.
So.
A little bit.
Dude, their pathing makes no sense! Thank you.
Worth it.
Oh my god, he came from behind and whacked me on the back of the head.
Ah!
Got you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm dead.
Oh no.
Oh. Yeah, Hitsuga, you're dead.
I'm dead.
Never mind. You're not dead. Lucky you.
Oh my god.
He has the shield. I need to break the shield.
Yeah. Oh, I got stuck.
Apparently the next tank hero is going to have a attack that penetrates through shields.
The next one?
Dear Sophia, and you did it. That's
Sophia's
worse.
so chaotic. Oh my god. It's just a tank, right? I'm coming.
No!
No! Honestly, that was a win. He ulted just one person, like out of range. I consider that a win for a Reinhardt.
Yeah, I got a spray for it.
The dragon awakens.
Oh, they're all like there. Oh, they're coming.
Woo! And I got out.
Wait, soldiers behind us. Oh my god, this soldier's actually like positioning.
Yeah, he is.
Damn it.
No!
Kinda cringe.
Oh wait, let me switch to...
I wanna do this again.
I guess switch to Zenyatta so we can break through Reinhardt quicker.
Okay, Mercy dead.
Someone got a point.
Healer dead.
Go team!
Oh, nice.
Better.
Hey Hamza, get back here and accept your healing.
Nice.
He's
Oh
running
dear.
over a-
Hitsu is out for blood.
I am.
I'm just here spamming shift on you, trying to heal on you.
Careful. Reinhardt might have his ultimate. Oh, they're coming from the front door.
Soldier has his. So watch out.
Yeah. No! No, don't pin. He did
I'm sweating a little bit. I'm sweating a little bit.
Got you, got you.
Thank you.
Oh no.
Careful.
I got the Reinhardt, but I'm dead.
Almost there.
Get on Hitsuga.
Oh my god.
Yes!
Only one person can pull it off, and that's Sleepy Sophia. Okay.
I mean, it helps that you headshot her as I orb of discorded her, to be fair. It definitely doesn't do her any favors.
No, but Sleepy Sophia would have pulled it off anyway somehow.
Pulled what off?
The rest. The enemy Mercy tried to do what you did, and they failed.
Yeah, she dashed into revive, got orb of discorded, and then an arrow to the face.
Wait, what?
Do you need
I
some
can't
pointers?
do it.
Hit there.
Woo!
See?
Thank you for the pointers.
You're welcome.
How are you doing, Dio? Oh, the headshot on the soldier. Yeah, I thought I was gonna die. I had to hit that shot.
Yeah, he was
So
ulting. I thought
I
for
was,
sure you were gonna lose that.
I was sweating just a touch. I'm breaking
Discord of
shield.
Mercy. I was hit in the air and then headshot while in the air. Sophia res me and
Oh my god.
the face for it.
Reinhardt's
Discord.
You're something else. I got dead. I got deaded.
Widowmaker, by the way.
You're just chilling. How was your Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 the other day? A non-podcast stream. How was that?
What?
Yeah. Hurt. Bye.
I got sniped.
Ugh, these guys are positioning so well behind this damn Ryan shield.
No.
Oh my god, I couldn't get to it.
Nice block that shot.
Mate, Spoopy's alive.
Yeah.
Go, Mary. Zoom.
Coming.
I was sort of kind of cracked out of my mind. No, I felt that. I felt that.
I dropped the shield at the worst possible time. He hit me with the hammer. I let go of my shield to attack him and he hammered down me.
At least it was not me this time. I guess.
I mean, yeah, I'll take that.
How is that not hitting?
How did I get sniped again?
Oh, it's fucking Hanzo.
Oh, they're all so aware of me. Whenever
They're hyper aware right now. They're being hyper aware. They're mad that I was playing Hanzo.
Well, because
they're playing double sniper.
They're likely also a 5-stack.
Yeah. It's alright. But before that, they weren't that aware of me.
Ugh.
Yo, damn it, hold. Made Widow retreat.
Stop crouching, you weirdo.
Cool. He's almost dead.
Yep.
Got him.
Go team!
My ult once it started up.
Watch out for the Hanzo. Oh, never mind. Fuck Hanzo.
He was ulted by Zion.
No one saw that. I was trying to see if I could hit the shot like in midair, like I used to be able to, but I couldn't. I'm not as good as I used to be.
Oh.
He's so low.
They're mad. They're taking the Reaper. Hate when somebody copies me. They usually do better than me.
Damn, does Rampart Hammer go through shields?
No.
Oh.
They caught it. I was trying to help on the point.
Dang it.
Oh, actually, if you were playing Reaper, I should have been Honor, actually.
It's okay, I'm probably switching out now.
I'm still probably switching to Honor, though.
I just don't know what to like
Let's run them over.
pick. I want to pick May, but she's disabled.
Yeah, I wanted to play May earlier, and like,
Why is
there's no May.
disabled?
I don't know.
Because there's a bug with her wall that lets her get out of bounds.
My Hanzo accuracy, it's so bad right now, though. It's so washed. I feel nowhere near the way I used to be.
I rarely play Pharah, so
I want to hit.
this might not turn out
I believe.
well.
Wait, I shouldn't follow Hitsu. That means death.
What do you mean?
Oh, I actually shouldn't play Pharah, considering they have
What? Can you move like a normal person, Hanzo? Finally!
No!
You're a better Hanzo than I? Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. For the love of God,
Hi, boo.
thank you. Oh, they went to switch to Junker Queen. That's an interesting choice, considering I switched to Ana to counter healing. Thank you.
Or she's low. She's dead, actually. I take it back.
Oh, they saw me. Thank you.
Not actually intentional. I went to shoot soldier and your leg got in the front of my face. I had no idea where you were.
He's just... Yeah, you kill them all. You kill them all.
Yeah, I missed them all because I was in front of a wall.
Surprised you didn't just boot them.
Almost killed myself with this.
Oh, that actually hits him.
That hurt.
Wait, who did I hit with my bio grenade?
I do not know.
Oh, I threw that from base and I got a voice line where she was like, I'm helping you out.
Oh no. Someone else also?
Watch out behind, watch out behind. Is he on point?
Oh, that hurts.
I couldn't tell who I was hitting.
No problem. I got storm married. Do your best.
Wait, almost there.
Yo, come on, hold.
Damn it.
No, I'm too late.
Yeah.
It's fine, it's fine. We reset.
It's fine, we're at 91.
Let's see.
Oh, I hit someone. Thanks for the vision arrow, Hitsuga.
No worries.
Oh.
No! No! Fuck off! No!
Oh, I didn't have my ultimate yet. I thought I had it. I was pressing Q like mad. And then I realized...
I was like zooming my face in.
Yell fuck off to someone.
So whenever Sophia cusses, it's the cutest thing ever.
What do you mean?
I mean, it's the cutest thing ever. What do you mean what I mean?
Yeah. Actually, rather self-explanatory when you think about it.
I sound terrifying when I cuss.
One of those shots hit.
Yeah, terrifying in a this rabbit might bite me kind of way. Oh, that's the enemy dragons.
Alright, go team. We're better.
Got the rest down and tank is also down. That's
Yep,
yours.
killed the Hanzo.
Thank you, Sophia. You're the best.
I can just hit this person.
Just coming around. I hit him with a sleep dart.
He can
Get
stay
fucked.
sleeping. Try me. You know you don't got time to res. Hey, hey.
See, Sophia, you said we'd lose.
We are both washed? Yeah, I'm washed. I had full faith. Never doubted.
Hanzo with the gold bow got play of the game in this elo. What a shocker.
That was it? That was the play?
What?
I know. It's...
Oh, that's this one.
Immediately
Oh.
headshot in the mercy. See, Sophia, that's what they come with.
I thought it was just like, I got one kill. It's like,
Yeah, I was a bit surprised myself.
Ugh. This game is troll. I'm having a lot of fun.
I am very grateful that none of you are toxic and do not get triggered easily, even though I suck.
Are you kidding me? I'm
You're
so
doing
triggered.
amazing.
Games anymore.
I'm so triggered right now. SMH. How dare you say that if you follow me, you're gonna die?
It's true.
It's the most toxic? Low key, yeah. Hold up. She said if she follows me, she's gonna die. I'm offended. No, you're doing amazing.
Oh, I hate this map so much. Get it out of the game.
But Brazil is fantastic. I actually really like how it looks.
This is just the shittest part of Brazil, apparently.
I like how the map looks a lot, but how it plays,
Is this a
I
new map?
still don't know. Yeah, it's a new map.
the new map.
This was Baptiste map, isn't it?
We should go to Brazil. I'd be down at some point in my life.
Just assume he was from Brazil because he's never mind.
No, I think. Or is it Lucio? Lucio's the one that's from Brazil, right?
Oh, Lucio's from Brazil, right?
Oh yeah, he has like the Brazilian football skin.
Yeah. Bardo Pay Susua. Yep. Hitsu so toxic he made me uninstall the internet out of sadness. Get wrecked, nerd. GG, try again. Hold on, I want to make this fit. Alright, there we go. Oi! Actually.
What was the original one people used to do with that? The kid with the cast and the noose.
Exactly.
One tick. Oh god, I forgot. It's attack defense, isn't it?
Oh, what the fuck? They never expect the dashing in McCree. Woo.
Alright.
I was about to say, yeah, she's behind you.
Oh, that's crazy. That missed though. What? Watch out behind you.
Can you all stop being critical when I'm nowhere near you guys? As a healer, this makes me sad.
Fuck. That was stressful. Sorry. I sweated for a second. That's so toxic.
Oh, well done. Oh yeah, it takes ages before the payload actually arrives.
Oh, I got a spear to the face. Oh no.
Just hit the shots, Hitsu. Just hit the shots. Take your time to aim. There we go.
Oh. No, Sophia, don't die.
I'm dying.
There's a tracer around the payload.
All patched up.
She fell asleep.
Oh my god, I need to play Ana more often.
It's great, isn't it?
I'm terrible at healing as Ana because I'm terrible at like hitting my teammates unless I really don't need.
Oh, not Ernie. Arisa. I called Arisa Ernie. I'm so sorry.
Damn. I got shot in.
I got
reviving.
I was hoping to kill the McCree with the ult at least. Oh, you guys are golden. Heroes never die.
I have no idea why I gave you that, to be fair.
What do you mean? That's why.
Didn't need that, but...
Looking for new father. Last father more toxic than a Valorant player on crack? Oh no. I'm sorry. What is Moira actually saying? Gale from a hove. From a hove?
I don't know what it is exactly. I can't remember. Oh, it's surrendered to my will. Oh my god, that cat's me.
Oh my god.
Oh, that hurt.
That's play of the game.
Did we get the... Yeah, we
got the point.
Did I get the rest?
Yeah, you got the rest. Although I was stuck in between. By the time I actually was able to control my character again, I was in between Mercy and Orisa.
Take those. I'll shoot behind her. Oh.
So my game is bugged and I can't see anyone's health bars.
That's intentional, right?
Oh, now it's back. Whew.
Well, the health bars don't appear if they're at full health, so
That's so toxic.
That was mean.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
You know.
Thank you.
You know why? Because heroes never die.
Oh,
You're not.
He's chasing me.
Fuck, can I hit this goddamn mercy?
Wait, come here. Oh, missed.
All left. Behind us, McCree.
Oh. He's sleeping.
I put him to sleep.
I got his ult. Don't worry, guys. No ult coming.
Don't worry, guys. Ult denied.
Oh my god, you're such a bless. I love you so much. Will you marry me?
I'll consider it.
Ah, that was so good.
Nice.
Oh. Well done.
Holy moly. Yep. I'm giving you 5 rings.
Damn, that was good. You know, I like that map again. Maybe it's my teammates that were the problem.
No, I got big clutch. The mayor is hitting some fucking great shots as well.
I like that you see me reviving in the middle of my ultimate. If anything, Sophia, you being just slightly late on the res was actually perfect. Although, as you see, that's exactly what happened to me.
Sounds like they need to disable Mercy for 2 weeks with that bug. Yeah, that could be a possibility.
Disable Mercy. Just take a stick and break it in half.
No, Sophia's amazing.
Yeah,
she's
but
best Mercy.
Any other time I'm with like my other groups, they never focus Mercy, and it's horrible.
Oh.
Actually, correction, one of my groups does, but
It was actually kind of crazy. I went in knowing I was gonna die, and I was like, I just got rid of the ult. That's my priority. So you guys live. And then Sophia flies in, reses me, and then me and Ernie end the round. Holy moly.
I think my favorite part was hitting the fucking McCree with the sleep while he was.
Yeah, that sleep was really good.
Chuck Queen.
That sleep was
He
really
just
good.
flies side. It's like he drop kicked off the bridge.
Yeah, and then there's that point where Mary was just like lighting everyone up with the bombs.
Putting the Tracer to sleep as well when she was mid dash, just goes flying towards us, just lays next to us for a second.
No, wait.
That was funny.
Is this Canada?
You know what? I'm going Ana again. Screw it.
Ooh, I want
full-time Ana main right now.
Perfect.
Try Soldier.
Her anti-heal is just so needed in this game for so many characters.
They added, I think, 3 new maps at least. Probably more. I'm just blinking.
Well, there's Colosseo,
There's 3 push maps.
one we were just on. There's the New York map. There's this map.
So probably like 5 maybe?
Yeah. Alright. Because they got rid of a few as well.
Yeah, they got rid of Numbani and
Oh yeah, I've
the
never
2
played
CP
that.
maps.
I just thought I was unlucky.
Yeah,
They got rid
they've
of
not
Paris.
got Numbani, they've not got
That one
Hanamura.
moon map. Oh yeah, they got rid of
Yeah,
Hanamura.
they got rid of the moon base.
Though we played Hanamura on the Big Daddy mode.
Oh yeah, we did.
This is
that
probably
didn't
for
even
custom.
Actually crossed my mind.
For custom games and stuff now.
That's cool. I like that they kept it in for people that just want to play it in customs.
Yeah, that's better than... Hey yo! These guys are lighting me up!
Don't worry, so am I, but my bullets are healing.
He has no more shield.
I got stuck on a lamppost and died.
Oh. Sophia! That was so fast!
Sophia, no!
Don't worry. I got him though. I made use of your life that you offered me.
I didn't even know who I rest. I just saw 2 dead bubbles and rest.
We're all here.
They took the lead. Come on. Feeling spry.
Damn, the AoE on the healing bullets is very generous.
She was... Sophia!
Oh no.
I can't hit this Hanzo. Jesus Christ.
Gotta try what we
It feels like my bullet's just going right through him.
Hanzo OP? Hanzo nerf? When Hanzo nerf?
Oh dear, everybody. That was scary.
I got one.
I'll wait for everyone. I'm not gonna follow it.
Nah, we got this support squad.
Yeah, I died again. In this map, notice the name of the convenience store that's there? It's a convenience store that's here?
Might need to change character. But not until I hacked somebody.
Hack away.
Wow, that guy just like immediately killed me with it.
She's super. She's really charged.
You're not attacked for 20 seconds.
Oh no, she's not. She's at 50. Not even like much charge right now.
No!
That console is really good though.
Yeah. He makes
Okay,
wants to
need a
switch.
different character. Something I can actually play.
I got their attention off. Oh, you guys followed me.
Sophia, you might have been onto something.
No.
I thought you guys were not following me. I'm sorry.
Why wouldn't the healers follow the DPS?
I don't know. I play like a maniac, you know?
Enemy on the move. Stop them.
Jesus. You walked out to that.
No.
Get into cover.
You have to get on point. Get on point, someone.
We're being spawn camped.
Got someone.
Being hit from behind by Zaya.
Dagger.
Got this. I'm pushing.
Oh, thank you so much. God, I was so close to death. Damn, Hitsuga's up there. Oh, yeah, wave at the robot. Or say hi to the robot. It says hi back.
I got.
Oh yeah, it does.
Fucking ragdolled. Holy shit.
Oh, that.
Nani?
How did he get? Were you standing next to me, or was I standing next to you? Oh, I was standing next to you.
I just keep getting headshot by Hanzo.
We died together.
I always take the rockets from Soldier.
I was getting a lot of free kills, so.
Is all I have left.
Like a lot of them.
Oh, nice.
Ladies and gentlemen,
start your engines. Kill them all!
No!
Nice.
Again.
Let's push.
Where do I ult now? Because I don't know. I guess just Hitsu again.
Everything works.
let's get going.
Okay.
I feel like I'm left out. Ah, help!
You were playing Soldier. I now have no one to ult. Neither Junkrat or Hanzo are good targets on our ult.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
It's good on Diva.
Oh, it is good on Diva. I keep forgetting I can ult the tank.
Yeah.
No, he jumped over my healing orb.
No!
Oh, the Wombo.
I got pulled in the end.
I like how I just see reviving in the top corner of my screen.
Did you dash into the ult to revive?
No, I was in the ult and I dashed out of it.
But
then the Hanzo sniped me.
I see.
Boosting your damage.
Oh, I hit someone with a biotic grenade. Nice.
No, I'm not gonna follow it.
Oh my god, I just charged her. That's cringe.
How much did it cost her?
Woo, woo.
Unerring precision.
Damn it! Why did she do so much? Oh, because it's charged to right. I was like, why does Zai do so much damage?
They're pushing!
Meanwhile, in the replay, she's got 95% charge.
You got this, Sophia!
Huh?
It's by the middle of the map. Alright, I'll try to find it. So we don't
Oh
die
my
here.
god, that Zarya is deadly.
Yeah, that's what happens when she gets charged. Someone needs to get near the point.
Oh, never mind.
I tried.
On it.
Did I respawn? Thank you.
No.
Oh. No, Sophia, no!
Yeah, that's right. Fall asleep. Yeah, that was a GG.
That was
They stumped us, but it
tough.
wasn't entirely.
This is that one ult he got,
Yeah.
for sure.
It was a good Hanzo though.
Wait, how
He
did
was getting a lot of... He was just shooting. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, if I were there, I would just shoot.
Sorry.
I'm gonna head out for now, but take care, everyone. You take care, Sunny, and see you later as well, Jack. Thank you for hanging out. Enjoy your night. Sleep well, Jack, when you do sleep.
Take
Sunny,
care.
I appreciate you. Jack, you're a big dork.
Was lovely having you here! Exclamation!
I'd
hey.
say that was probably my last one for now. I gotta go get some food.
Okay, no worries.
'Cause,
You go get that food. Nalik, thank you so much for the 24 months, you hacking dork. 2 years, Pog. Yeah, thanks for playing, Damien.
No worries.
All
Two
right.
years, Pog.
See ya.
Yeah.
Take care.
A river dirty.
I'll probably play one more because I have to go eat too.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's getting late, and Sophia needs to sleep still, so I'll probably end here soon.
Sophia doesn't need to sleep. It's the weekend.
Tam.
No sleep, gang. Whoop whoop.
Sophia, on that map you were playing, there's a store called K's Convenience, which is a reference to Kim's Convenience. In
Really?
Canada, yeah, the Canadian map
I
that we
love
just
that.
played. That's actually amazing. Also, guys, Rosemary VT streams, and we're playing with them right now anyways.
Wait, Rosemary is Mary?
Yes.
Yeah?
What?
You just now realized?
Well, you were talking with the Rosemary in chat, but then there's a Mary in the game, so I'm like, oh, two different people.
Ah. Surprise! They stream. Damien says we must play golf at some point again.
Golf with your friends?
Yeah. Which would be fun.
Yeah, how about right now?
The emote. Sneaky emote. Yeah, you want to play right now, dude? Hmm?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh.
Sierra said Sophia brain neurons got woken up there. Alright. I'm feeling a bit murdery.
Inundated.
Inundated. That's not a word you see often.
What does that mean?
Let's ask Google.
Yeah, Google knows. I think it means like under.
Overwhelm someone with things or people to be dealt with.
I was gonna say under pressure, but I guess that also makes sense. I think I was.
I'm
Is there
sorry,
like
my
a
dude, don't you feel
scientific?
that way?
Is there like a scientific term for that? Inundated? Because I was thinking like water pressure.
What? Wait, where is everyone?
What do you mean? Just
I was following the Reinhardt, and now I'm at the point.
just follow the road.
Where is everyone?
Up here.
I'm just being chaotic. Don't mind me. Sophia, you can see them through the map.
I'm sorry. I'm not throwing, I swear. Ryan died. Oh shit.
Oh.
What?
Oh my god.
You juked so hard.
Sophia, no! No, what are you doing? I appreciate the effort though.
Oh my god, this guy plays Reinhardt. He's like curving with his pins. It's so nice how far you can actually properly curve now though.
Did Scotty just get on Overwatch?
He did.
Doesn't Scotty have to work though?
He does. It's the dragon. You saw nothing, said Sierra. Exposed.
Yeah! No! Oh, I was so proud I did a headshot and then I got Reinhardted.
Wow.
Was my arrest interrupted?
Nope, I got revived. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I was booped, so I was worried.
Well, where'd he go?
You just dashed past everybody.
Well,
not like this.
That's not how you do it, silly. They tried. They tried. Or I tried, I mean. Because I have to get ready for work for another hour, so you're fine. I felt that. I felt that. I get that. Do you need one more? I think we're ending after this one. I'm getting kind of hungry as well. And everyone's basically getting really hungry or sleepy.
Imagine eating in 2022.
That couldn't be me, honestly. Crusaders!
Thank you for the heal.
Yep, yep.
Woo! Well done.
They're such amazing players.
I wonder who's crouching over there.
It worked! Oh, that's so annoying. I know that I'm sorry. I feel bad. His body flew! Did anyone see that? Please tell me someone saw that.
I saw
did.
it.
Yeah.
So troll.
60 seconds.
Where am I hiding now? Nobody knows.
I know.
But it hurt.
You can't do that.
Thank you.
Oh, they know where I am. Abort! Abort!
Ah, dragon!
Oh.
Ah, dang it! This time I.
Oh, boy.
Not good on close range.
I got the Hanzo. Dragon OP.
Someone died.
We're on the point. We can win this. 5 seconds.
No. No.
Dylan, no. I'm trying.
I'm coming.
I'm on it. I'm on it.
Yeah,
oh god.
We got this.
Myself.
Ah.
Well done, well done.
We're all dying together.
Oh.
No!
No! We got off the point! I forgot! Oh, we got off the point though.
We got it. Nice.
No, but they got off. Oh, that's unlucky. I backed off too far. Whoops. I C9'd it. Watch out.
Oh,
Someone's...
there's a...
Yeah, Ganji's coming to you.
Genji up there. Oh. That hurt. I think that shot wasn't even for me. It was not.
That hurt.
Dang it.
Genji's so strong right now. I mean, I guess so is Soldier. Or not Soldier. What am I playing?
I mean,
Forgot his name.
if you hit your shots,
yeah, Genji
everybody's strong. Upstairs.
Surprise, baby! Surprise, baby! I'm in danger, baby! JK! I'm not doing that. Punch him! The punch worked!
Sound the dirge.
Oh, that's funny. What the fuck? Is that his body?
I guess. No, it was just a hammer.
Annie? Woo.
Thank you.
We take those. We take those. We take those.
I think someone's upstairs.
Yeah, I
Sounded
think
like
so.
It's Hitsu.
Oh.
No. I'm outies.
Wait,
Oh my
is
god.
everybody up here?
Yeah, they're up there. They're trolling. Or they're not trolling.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No. Mariska.
My hair is getting in my. I don't know how he ragdolled there, but he did. Ernie with the god tier ult. I'm coming, guys. I'm coming back.
Someone below me. Oh yeah. There he comes! No!
Oh. He's angry!
Oh, that was evil. Thank you, Sophia. Behind you is the Genji.
Ah, there's people everywhere.
Oh, Ganji killed me, but he died.
Got it. Nice.
Let's go. We're so good. Great last game. GG. That's fun. Let's see it.
Oh, I want to see that.
Oh, we're
Oh, he
right.
has a snowball. Yeah, I ran out of it.
Oh yeah, I was nearby.
Hammer down. Oh, he got 4 with that.
Oh, wow.
Wow. That's quite impressive. Okay. I will cancel the queue before we go. Yeah. Alright. Thank you everyone for hanging out with me though. I appreciate it.
Thank you for inviting.
I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, thanks for inviting. Yeah, it's fun.
Thank you all.
I'm so glad I got to play with Sophia too. I love you.
Support. Grandmaster.
Yeah, you're basically on a pro team ready. Someone's gonna sign you soon. Just so you know. Alright, but yes, I will find someone to raid and then I'm gonna go get some food and stuff like that. You guys eat, sleep, have a wonderful day, and have a wonderful Sunday. I will see you guys later.
Thank you. Have a wonderful rest of your Saturday. Exclamation
Thank
hic.
you.
Yeah, gotta sneak one in. No, there you go. Yeah, I'll see you guys while I try to find someone to raid. Dade. Any recommendations?
Someone you know? Because
or someone I don't know. if they're small and small strummer or wholesome. I need those vibes.
Let me scroll.
I really want rainbow sticks one day just to do this. That'd be fantastic.
Don't have anybody who's
Raid these nuts.
kind of small.
Okay, Neo. Can you
Are
give me
we
their
raiding
username?
Neo's nuts?
Yeah, we're raiding Neo's nuts, guys. Let's go.
Oh.
I don't know actually. Oh, actually no, there's Shoddy. You can raid Shoddy. He's playing Evil Within too. I'm not sure if he's doing Drunk Souls. There's also Delta Sapphire. I'm not sure actually. There's Stanky. I raid Shoddy though. I was hanging out with Shoddy last night. He was doing Drunk Souls with Soy and Tommy and all that, and they're really good people. He's a very intellectual person, but he's also just a big giga dork at the same time, and it makes for a great vibe. His voice is deep and relaxing to listen to, which is why I like watching and lurking in it. Sending Hitsuga Brave Wands for Christmas? Let's go! When it comes to like Christmas gifts, people never really know what to get me, but it's like the small dorky things that I really enjoy. I think that's like for example, a part of me wants a lab coat just because of fucking Steins Gate. But I will raid. Oh, that's so awesome. I really want one of those. I want one of those emotes now. I want a wiggle emote. I want a jammy emote and a rave emote. Yeah.
Yeah, you have time to save up because Mary's still like on vacation.
Oh, that's fantastic. But I'm also very broke. I'm currently unemployed.
That's why you can save.
Yeah. Oh my god. I've never seen that Stanky emote. What? Is that like a seal? A seal wearing his helmet? Is that what's going on there? Anywho, if you guys are coming with the raid, he's playing Evil Within 2 right now. He's really nice. And last night we were having a conversation about the origins of Pokemon and how it technically makes no sense whether or not they're an actual species or not. Like, we had this discussion. It's like, okay, well, Pokemon can be people, but Pokemon should be also alien species, and they can also be created from pure data, like pure computer code. So what exactly makes a Pokemon? And why can Pokemon breed with each other if they're not a sentient life form? And they're more than that. Like, we were just very confused. Anywho, bye. I love you guys. Have a good night.
Same.